Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the inaugural WorldSkills UK live online Spotlight Talks with BAE Systems. It is great to have you with us on this Saturday morning. Now, if you've been here yesterday and on Thursday, welcome back. It is a pleasure to have you. If you're joining us for the first time, hello, we are WorldSkills UK, and this event is all about giving you guys the tools you need to help you make the right career choices for you. It's about giving you access to amazing businesses, employers, inspiring role models and apprentices, and giving you the tools and the information and the inspiration to make those choices. So it is lovely to have you with us. Now, throughout the course of the morning and into the afternoon, we're going to be chatting, okay? We're going to be providing you guys with some amazing content, but we need stuff from you as well, all right? We want you to get in touch on Twitter, on email, and in the web chat, which is just below this video, and let us know that you're tuned in. Let us know where you're watching from, and we've got thousands of people all over the country. Where are you? What are you enjoying? Any questions at all? Put them in the web chat. We've got a team of career advisors on hand to answer those. This is the hashtag WSUK Live Online. Send in pictures, send in comments, whatever you want to do. We want to hear from you. Right. Today is all about you, okay? But we should tell you a little bit more about us too. So here's a little video that gives you some more insight into who WorldSkills UK really are.
At WorldSkills UK, we are raising standards in apprenticeships and technical education so more young people get the best start in work and life. We're tackling vocational snobbery head-on as we proudly promote the benefits of technical careers. And we're not alone. We're proud to be part of WorldSkills, a global movement of over 80 countries, which organises the Biennial Skills Olympics, and through which we celebrate British young people achieving world-class standards against the best of the rest of the world. We are an independent charity working in partnership with employers, education and governments to inspire excellence. Our careers advice shows young people that apprenticeships and technical education can be a prestigious career route on the path to reaching their potential, whatever their background. Develop excellence. We test and assess young people's skills and knowledge against their peers through our national and international competitions programs, improving their confidence and potential. Innovate and mainstream excellence. We drive up the standard of training across the UK through international benchmarking to help thousands of young people and their employers succeed. We stand for excellence at work, because investing in higher quality technical education means our economy and country will flourish.
There we go. It's all about excellence. That's what we're bringing to you guys, and that's what you guys can bring to your careers. So we've already had a couple of days of really great sessions with loads of fascinating employers. Thursday was all about engineering and technology. Yesterday covered construction, health, business and creative. And today our sessions are all about employability skills and the world of work. So this is essential stuff to help you get into those jobs and those roles that you really want. So in the course of today, we're going to hear from the likes of Dose of Society, BAME Apprentice of the Year, Kimi Kamani, and presenter, author, and activist June Sarpong, who's going to be with us live in the studio via Zoom, obviously, in this day and age. And I'm going to be having a good chat with her. She's fascinating. You do not want to miss that. Okay. I did say at the start, we want to hear from you throughout the day. So let's get that underway now, actually. Let's get some socials coming in from you guys. Use the hashtag WSUK Live Online, or even put it in the web chat comments underneath this video. But look, this is all about employability skills, okay? It's all about succeeding. It's all about excellence. What have you had for breakfast? We want to know, what is the official breakfast of champions? Let us know how you've got started today, how you've got prepared for this, and send us pictures of your breakfast, because everybody likes seeing breakfast, right? It's the most important meal of the day. All right. While you're doing that, we're also going to have the first session of the day, and it's from the Royal Navy. So this is their session on employability and Navy life. I mean, the Navy, it's a job where you can get amazing skills, earn good money, and travel and see the world, you know, whilst hanging out with your mates, effectively. It's a pretty good lifestyle. So here is the Royal Navy to bring you some more insight into the amazing benefits, the range of apprenticeships and training that they've got available to help you kickstart your career. Here they are.
My favourite thing about being in the Royal Navy is the people that you meet and the friends that you make and the experiences that we have together. My primary job role on a submarine is a chef, but I'm a submariner first. Our secondary role for being a chef is with the first aids and support party on board. So if there's a casualty, the chefs or the stewards are the first people at the scene.
I started out in Teesside, but where I went next is classified. I've trained on kit that doesn't officially exist, completed missions that never happened, and been places you won't find on a map. Because I went where I didn't go, spent days doing what I didn't do, and nights with people I was never with. I've come a long way for someone who's never officially been anywhere. I was born in Teesside, but that's about as much as I can tell you.
Recording now. Hi, my name's Emily. I'm a submariner in the Royal Navy and I work on the UK's nuclear ballistic submarines. I wanted to be part of something that was special and submarine service ticked all those boxes for me. And obviously, you know, we get paid quite well, which is an added bonus. You know, we're called the Secret Service for a good reason. Quite like the fact that it's like a, you know, a secret thing and a select few people who get to experience it. I'm a WE, so weapons engineer. I look after our tactical weapon system. Also, we hold duties. Part of my duties would be actually steering the submarine on the afterplanes. It's basically like a floating town. We have gym equipment. We've got a couple of TVs. You know, there's always kind of something to do or somebody to talk to. Banter and humour is like a massive part of day-to-day life. We're always just ripping each other. I'm known for kind of, you know, people try and wind me up, try and wind me up, and I bite every time, but I do give as good as I get as well. A sort of little tradition that the med department have on board is that they'll bring unusual items to wear. They'll all bring like flowery kimonos or something. They'll cut about the boat in those. The crews that I've had have been fantastic. They haven't treated me any differently. Females will have their own separate sort of bunk space, and we have a shower cubicle that's got a sink in as well. Baby wipes are an absolute essential. I'm not a princess. I do the same job as the lads. I joined the Navy as a leading hand straight away under a scheme called the Undergraduate Apprenticeship Scheme, and it meant that I was on a fixed fixed contract, and during that time I would be fast track promoted to petty officer, and I also achieved bachelor's degree out of it as well, fully funded by the Navy. I've always had an interest in maths, physics, the sciences. Every day is different. That's what I probably enjoy the most about the world of engineering. Every day is different, especially on a submarine. You know, the fact that you're working with complex equipment or state-of-the-art equipment, that makes it exciting. Being able to represent the Navy, especially the submarine service, especially being a female in the submarine service, I find it an honour. I wanted to be part of something that was more than just a job. Submarine service as a career choice is second to none. I mean, I've really only got 2 words. Do it.
Hi, I'm Nathan McCorrow. I'm an engineering technician CIS on HMS Queen Elizabeth. My family and friends reacted quite well, to be honest, but some of them were quite shocked because people from my community, there's hardly anyone in the military. So me being the first out of my friends and family, they were quite proud. Before the Royal Navy, I was quite a sporty guy, so I used to play football, basketball with my friends. My first week in the Royal Navy, we do a fitness test, and I did find it hard, but me doing those sports before helped me. Training was quite hard at HMS Raleigh because it was a new environment for me because I've never been away from home for 10 weeks. I would say the training at Raleigh is more intense than at Collingwood. Raleigh is more physical and mind-based, so it challenges you more, and Collingwood is catered towards your branch. Life in the Royal Navy has been good for me because I've made lots of friends. My first week on ship was a bit daunting because obviously HMS Queen Elizabeth is a massive ship and I was always getting lost, but I was lucky to have a friend with me that joined up at the same time. I would say it's not as hard as you think it is because I used to think that it's very demanding. It is in certain aspects, but it's much easier than you think.
My school reports started off the same every single year. She needs to stop talking as much and she needs to concentrate more.
I was really nervous about joining the Navy. It was a really big step, but it's the best move that I've ever made.
The best thing about being in the Navy is a life that you can get. It's not just a job. You don't just learn from books, you learn from the people around you. I have gone from having no qualifications to being able to fire and maintain some of the most powerful weapons in the world. And by the time that I finished, I'm going to have a degree in engineering. The Navy have helped me pass my driving tests, and now I can drive all over the world. I've had a pretty good journey as it goes so far. It's made me the person that I am. It's better than what I ever would have been able to do on my own.
I was born in Sunderland, but I was made in the Royal Navy.
I'm Chef Nathan Thompson. Been in the Navy since May 2016. As a chef, obviously your primary role is to feed everyone on your ship. It's important from a chefing perspective to try and keep everyone's sort of morale high. Whilst we're at sea, typical sort of feeding numbers, we had about 190 or 180 people to feed. You may well have sort of high profile events and sort of have like high profile visitors coming on board. So you would be putting on events for that. So everyone sort of has to do 10 weeks basic training. If they're joining as a regular, everyone sort of develops a bit more confidence during that time because you're taught to be a bit more independent. And it doesn't matter necessarily where you've come from. It doesn't matter about any age gaps or anything. You're going through one big change in your life together. You'll learn to work as a team. I've done some chefing on board ship. I've also done some instructing, working at the RNAC, where people have to go to do a 3-day training course before they actually go into their basic training, just to basically confirm that they're ready. I've also gone and played sports for the Navy and things. The Navy encourages you to do these things. You know, they say that they want you to stay fit to fight, and ultimately, obviously, you get tested on your fitness every year. So be ready to throw yourself into it. If you're half-hearted, it's not going to work out. You need to be ready to sort of try and enjoy every aspect of it. I've enjoyed it myself, otherwise I wouldn't still be here. And I decided whilst I was at college that was something I didn't really want to do anymore. I want to do something more practical and something that I would enjoy. All I did was I went onto the Navy website, applied through there, and the Navy contacted me and asked for me to go to the Navy Careers Office. They just did a couple of interviews just to make sure that I was actually sure of what I wanted to join at.
My name's Ryan Jennings. I'm a Petty Officer Naval Nurse in the Royal Navy. Currently, I am the Specialist Medical Recruiter for the Navy, so I recruit nurses, biomedical scientists, radiographers, operating department practitioners. I grew up in Yorkshire, and we travelled around quite a lot because my dad used to work in horse racing. So I think the idea of being in the military and travelling around a lot was always quite a thing for me. Really, my first interest was when we had a recruitment fair at our school when I was about 12, 13. We have a number of different medical roles within the Royal Navy. As an entry level, we have what we call medical assistants. Going up, we have, as I said, like for myself, I'm an adult nurse. We also have mental health nurses, operating department practitioners, biomedical scientists, and radiographers. Going beyond that, if we have dentists, dental nurses, and doctors as well. For my own personal story, I've been in about 14 years in the Royal Navy. I'm now the recruiter of nurses. I went through the same student nurse pathway, so I was successful and I got paid to study a 3-year nursing degree at Birmingham City University, which was all paid for. I have done quite a few deployments. Most recently, I was a member of the United Nations. We went to South Sudan, where we set up a small sort of Role 2 hospital out there, looking after the United Nations troops. So we got to work with in countries from all around the world. It's just been great. You know, I've got all these courses, all these experiences, all these friends I've made, the places I've been to. You know, if I was in any other role outside the Navy, I wouldn't do a fraction of the things I've done now. The experiences will last me. It'll last me all my life.
My job title in the Royal Navy is a writer. What does this actually mean? When I tell people I'm a writer, usually they think I'm writing some sort of novel on behalf of the Royal Navy. What it actually means is I am the administration on board Royal Navy ships. To be honest, it isn't really a typical day as a writer. Every day is quite varied and different, and your workload changes every day. My most memorable day in the Royal Navy is probably the day that I was on board HMS Illustrious and it recommissioned into the fleet. It was an amazing day, there was a massive ball afterwards, and it was just a momentous day in the Royal Navy. For me, the most important thing I have to do is dealing with the ship's company. A lot of what I do directly affects them, so for me that's a real priority. My job on Civvy Street probably equates to human resources or administration, but I think my job role is a lot more diverse than that. Best thing about my job is the social aspect. You get to know everyone on board, from the lowest rank to the most senior officer, on quite a personal level. The ship's office is quite often a social hub on board. I would recommend my job to a friend because it offers a lot of job variety. It's quite a varied role with quite a lot of exciting opportunities. I think it's quite a social job for a people person. How have I changed since joining? I think I've developed my leadership skills an awful lot. The Navy's given me a lot of opportunities to develop them. Personally, I think I'm a lot more outgoing and a lot more willing to accept challenges. Born in Dungannon, made in the Royal Navy.
Being in the Navy, you get to see the world. You meet new people every other day. You're not stuck in the same office, same job, 9 to 5. It's going to be different every single day, and you're going to work with people every day and getting paid to do it at the same time.
You get the feel that the person teaching you it really has been there, got a feel for what they're doing, and when you're being taught that, it transfers across in the classroom and it seems to sink in a bit easier, knowing the source you're getting it from is someone who has experienced everything to do with the course.
It's different in the way that it helps you see the reality of life, gets you ready to be out in the fleet.
And you learn first-hand assisting people in fixing the most up-to-date equipment the Navy has to offer. If you listen to more senior people, you can't really go wrong.
In terms of learning on the job, I am really excited to do it because we're basically moving from a classroom setting to dealing with real people and real-life situations. It will basically test your skills and your knowledge and your competence to see that if you're actually good for the job.
I forget like we are on an apprenticeship, to be honest. To me, it just feels like a job. We're just training, and when we're done, that's it. We carry on with our job.
There's so many things that you can work on and so many different areas that you can go into, and even if that's not your specialist area, you know, it's all one big team. I mean, I'm predominantly an electronics engineer and work on radars and things like that, but I've been involved in engine changes and pulling out massive bits of metal, you know, and it's just great fun. It's something that you'll never experience anywhere else. That's what makes the Navy so good, really, because you never really know what you're going to be coming up against. You never know who's going to be there, where they're from, what their story is. Just all mix it and help each other out and come out the other side.
I've been to over 50 different countries with the Navy. So I've been to Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, Cyprus. I was in Japan in 2018, which was a real highlight.
There's a huge amount of opportunity of travel, really. You can sign up for sports and adventure training as well. Skiing, mountain climbing, anything mountainy, all of it.
I've had opportunities to ski in some wonderful resorts around the world. In January of 2019, I was able to partake in the Royal Navy Ski Champs in Tignes in France. It's one of those things that still blows my mind every day, that I'm in a job that allows me to get paid to do a passion I love.
I once thought Hull was my world. Working in shops, watching clocks, treading water. No different to anyone else I knew. Then I decided to challenge everything I thought possible. Put myself to the test. Beat my best. Go places I never knew existed. Horizons shifted. To be a mate. To make a difference. I haven't changed who I am, but I have changed what I think I can achieve.
I'm Marine Mothershed. I'm originally from Southampton. I've been in the Royal Marines now for 6 years. I joined straight after college at the age of 18, so straight after my A-levels, and I've managed to work my way up to a landing coxswain, delivering ship-to-shore movement and the amphibious capability within the Royal Marines. Within the last 6 years, I've not only grown up and matured so much quicker than my peers that I went to college with who went to university, I've managed to gain experiences that none of them could even fathom. There is no day-to-day within the Royal Marines. Every day is different. What I do now is a lot of recruitment work, going to schools and colleges throughout the UK, travelling all over, ensuring we have a good rapport. Also, over the last 6 months, we've helped with Nightingale hospitals and been on the front line helping the NHS. Royal Marines initially is a 32-week basic infantry course where you learn all sorts of skills from maritime operation or work with the Royal Navy to more infantry and more classic infantry techniques. This is then developed throughout a career within the Marines. And there's plenty of information on the Royal Marines website about how to join and how best to prepare to join the Royal Marines, whether this is to improve yourself physically. For example, myself, I needed to put on a lot of weight at 18 to become stronger. I was always quite fast, but some people are very different. Marine state of mind allows you to push past what is previously possible.
Human beings are programmed to fear the unknown. It's deep within us. A primal instinct protecting us from harm. As a Marine, you have to face the unknown. Embrace it. Ride into it head first. Whatever it holds. You can be more than you ever thought possible. All a Royal Marine does is change what they think is possible.
apprenticeships are available right now. Fire up your career at apprenticeships.gov.uk.
Go get your future. T-Levels, the qualification designed with leading employers. Step into health and science, education and childcare, digital and IT, construction and design. Find your T-Level, the post-GCSE qualification that helps you take it to the next level. Start your T-Level at tlevels.gov.uk.
Welcome back to the WorldSkills UK live online spotlight talks with BAE Systems. Great to have you with us. It's great that so many of you have been getting in touch already on the web chat, asking questions for the Royal Navy during that session. Obviously, we've got careers advisors on hand throughout all of these sessions, giving all the answers you need. So big thank you to Sarah, Charnel, Becky, Gary, for all of your questions for the Navy. Although weirdly, not many people have been getting in touch saying what they've had for breakfast. This surprises me. Is no one having breakfast out there? Use the hashtag WSUK Live online or get in touch using, very cleverly, get in touch at worldskillsuk.org. All right, guys, now, I've got something very special for you. We've got, joining us over a live satellite link-up, one of the UK's favourite broadcasters. She's also an author, a generally inspiring, all-round legendary person with an OBE, no less. We've got June Sarpong on the line.
Hi, Will. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
It's very, very nice to see you as well. I didn't realise when we worked together before that you were an OBE. I would have curtsied.
No, I wasn't at the time.
Right.
I had a mere MBE then. But
well, that was nothing worth bragging about.
I got upgraded after.
Exactly. That's amazing. So how have you been, June? First of all, we've got to do the obligatory. It's been a weird year. How have you been coping?
It's been a weird year to say the least, hasn't it? It's just bizarre, but I think it is what it is, and it looks like there is light at the end of the tunnel. So hopefully, 6 months from now, we should hopefully all be back to normal.
Yeah, but you've been managing to keep very busy and continue doing lots of amazing stuff this year. I mean, I'm going to come on to that a little bit later in terms of how you are so capable at overcoming challenges throughout your career. But I think we should start at the beginning. What were your career aspirations when you were at school? Is this something you've always wanted to do? Did you know you wanted to be a broadcaster?
Yeah, I did actually. I was lucky. I knew very early on. I remember when I was sort of 13 or so, the Oprah Winfrey Show started in the UK. And I remember seeing her on television and thinking, oh my goodness, you can be paid to talk. And I was the kid that always got in trouble for talking too much in class. I remember my report card would be like, very able, but must talk less and listen more. And so when I saw that, I was like, okay, I love that. And then I was very lucky to get work experience at an early age. I got work experience at Kiss FM when I was 16. And that really changed everything. It changed the trajectory of my life. And so, to young people here figuring out what they want to do with their lives, apprenticeships are so important. And getting the opportunity early on makes such a big difference.
Definitely, because you then went straight from your work experience into the world of work. You didn't go down the university route. Do you think that was key to your success?
Well, I think for me, it was the right thing. I remember my family are Ghanaian, and I remember them being horrified at the idea that I wasn't going to university. That was the whole point. They'd come to the UK so their children would go to university. And they were horrified. And I was like, well, I've got a job. I've got the job that people go to university for.
Yeah.
So I might as well take it now. So for me, it was the right decision.
You just would have been talking too much in the back of the lecture halls anyway. It would have been a waste of everyone's time. So you mentioned your family's from Ghana. You spent some of your childhood in Ghana, didn't you? Did you find then coming back to the UK was challenging? Did you find that you had to readjust to fit in, or were you able just to kind of carry on being you?
Well, the funny thing, Will, it was when I got, we were born here, so we were all born in the UK, and then we went back to Ghana and then came back. And it was interesting because my area, I grew up in East London, and I was very lucky to grow up in an incredibly multicultural area. That diversity was just, the norm for us. So I never actually experienced sort of any overt racism or discrimination in that way as a child because of the community I grew up in. However, my point of difference when I arrived was I had a Ghanaian accent. And so I was teased a little bit for having that accent. And so I learned very early on to be a chameleon. So, I changed, well, I mean, when you're a kid, you lose your accent anyway, but I lost my African accent quite quickly. So that is the kind of discrimination I faced as a kid. But actually, I was very lucky. I was cocooned in the community that I grew up in.
And then when you entered the world of work, did that continue? Were you able to?
No.
When
I entered the world of work, I had a rude awakening.
Yeah.
It was a different ball game. But because I had grown up in such an inclusive environment, I think that actually helped shield me in the sense and gave me a real strong foundation so that when I did encounter discrimination in the workplace, I think I was strong enough to deal with it. I think it would have been very different if I had had a sort of a childhood where I had been sort of picked on or teased about my sort of point of difference.
Yeah. But you've been challenging diversity in the world of work so much, now. Why is that issue so important to you specifically?
Well, I think, and you and I have spoken about this, from when we did our show. I think it's creativity comes from everywhere. We work in the creative sector. And I think for any industry that wants to thrive, surely you want to have the biggest, widest pool possible to choose from. And I know even with my own background, there are lots of people that I grew up with who were more talented than I am, smarter than I was, but just didn't have the same opportunities. That work experience at KISS changed everything for me. And I think of how much we've lost and how much we continue to lose because we don't allow everybody to fulfill their potential.
Yeah.
And I don't think we can afford to anymore, particularly not now.
Exactly. Well, some of the talks that we've been having from different employers have been talking about how, they want a variety of people from a variety of backgrounds. And they want people with different qualifications. I mean, we had the first talks on Thursday were about engineering and technology, but they were saying you don't necessarily need a science background. They want people who are interested in creative stuff as well, because that diversity of thought makes, the whole company stronger, as a whole. So do you think it's important for young people today to look at the inclusivity record of the companies that they're interested in working for?
Well, the funny thing is, Will, the data shows that they are. So, you know what, whether, my generation and the older generations think it's important that they should look at it or not is irrelevant. What we're finding is that young people are, and that actually there's some really interesting data that shows that 64% of young people think that diversity is absolutely important. And that actually, I think it's 56% will reconsider whether or not to accept a position if they don't see diverse people within the hiring and interview process.
Right.
So I think the thing is, for the sort of younger generation, for millennials and below, this is absolutely crucial for them.
Yeah.
And it's a normal part of the way they see the world. So companies that do not meet this challenge will not get the best talent.
See, that is so good. It's like the shoes on the other foot. Do you know what I mean? Like people, the young people, have the power. The people watching this, they have the power to make or break these companies, really. It's interesting, at the risk of sounding, like an old fogey, I feel like young people today care more. When I think back to when I was younger, I'm obviously still very young, but, just bowling through things. But is that something that you've come across? Do you feel like that's true, that young people today care more about these important issues in general?
Well, we've seen with the protests of the last few months, and we've seen the kind of questions young people are asking from companies. When everything happened over the summer with the sad, tragic killing of George Floyd, what was very interesting was once, companies started posting boxes and stuff on their social media. The follow-up question from young people then was, show me your workforce, show me your executive committee.
Yeah.
Show me what you've actually done.
Yeah.
And that's not what previous generations have been asking, not of business anyway. And so now what you have is a lot of CEOs realizing that they have to get this right. So for me, I'm very hopeful of the future just because of the way young people are demanding inclusion from the companies that they not only work for, but they also patronize in terms of, how they spend their money too.
Yeah, absolutely. So throughout your career, June, you've done lots of things that I would say have probably taken you out of your comfort zone, right? That's part and parcel of what you do.
Yes.
One of the things that has been kind of a key theme that's been running throughout this event has been encouraging young people to take risks, but also giving people the positive mindset to feel like they can overcome those challenges. How important is a positive mindset to you, and how do you maintain it?
Yeah, I think a positive mindset is really important. I mean, I love sort of meditation and all of that stuff, so I'm quite sort of into all that esoteric mindfulness. You kind of need it in this current climate. But I think young people should have a positive mindset. But you know what I think is even more important than a positive mindset, Will, is resilience, particularly with everything that's happening now, and patience. You don't get everything straight away. Sometimes things take time, but be in that moment, because there's a lot to learn in that sort of time of transition. And I don't think we place enough value on that. I know for me, where I've had sort of career lulls, with the work that we do, you're 1 minute you're really in, and the next minute you're not. And
Tell me about it.
We all know about that, right? And where I've had career lulls, at the time, I've been sort of freaking out and what have you not, but I've been able to learn so much so that when the next opportunity came, I had a whole new skill set.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really important to understand that it is a journey.
Well, we've had a follow-up question on that, really, from somebody on the web chat, asking specifically about confidence. So positive mindset's one thing, but that doesn't necessarily give you can think whatever you want, but it's having the confidence to actually go out there and do things. So Helen wants to know, how do you build your own confidence to tackle those challenges? Are there any specific tools and tricks you can tell Helen?
Yeah, of course. I think, Helen, it's horrible to say, but confidence is not a spectator sport. You have to do it. So the thing that you're frightened of, you just have to do it. And it's funny, the more you do it, the better you get at it. I mean, think for anybody who learned to swim or learned to drive, think how petrified we all were at the beginning, and then it became second nature as we did it more and more. So I think it's one of those where whatever your biggest fear is, step by step, take steps every day to get closer to actually doing it.
Yeah.
And you may fail, but do it again and do it again and again and again. And that, when you're able to sort of test your abilities, that is what really helps to build confidence, I find.
We had an interview yesterday with a YouTuber, a great guy called Grant Hines from South Africa. And he was saying that one of the mistakes people make is they put the wrong metric on success. So, maybe success is just going through the process. Success is just actually applying for the thing, actually putting yourself in that position. Whether you get it or not, that's a separate thing.
Yeah.
If you struggle with confidence, success could just be like ticking the box. Yeah, I've done it.
I agree.
I read this when I was first getting into this career, and I had a bit of stage fright and stuff. I read a thing, this is a bit of a hack for anybody out there. Dermot O'Leary, apparently, before going on stage to do an interview or to do X Factor or something, he stands in his dressing room. Now, I don't know if this is true, but I heard this. And he strikes Superman poses. He tenses muscles and he does superhero poses, because that actually releases endorphins, and by tensing your muscles. So it gives you a little mini confidence boost. So if you're going to a job interview or something and you suddenly feel nervous, just stand like Superman for a few seconds, and apparently that helps.
Yeah. There's a TED talk on that as well. I can't remember the person's name, but basically she says like cheer before you go on.
Yeah.
It gives you that sort of rush of endorphins that makes you feel much better.
There we
So,
go.
I don't. I mean, I've worked with Dermot for many
never
years.
seen him
I don't
doing
remember him doing that, but maybe he does.
I think it would be something he would do in the privacy of his dressing room. I think.
Yeah, he hasn't done that in front of me.
No. But still, it's a good hack. So, June, you co-founded WIE, Women, Inspiration and Enterprise in America. You mentioned, Oprah was important at the start of your journey. How important is it for young women out there to sort of see and have access to role models that inspire them?
Well, I think it's important for young people, period. I think whatever your background, it's important to see people that remind you of yourself that are doing what you want to be able to do. I think that gives you the confidence to know that it's possible. And I think sadly, when we're talking about underrepresented groups, there aren't enough role models because we haven't had a level playing field. And I think that is gradually changing, but not changing fast enough. So I think it's important to find those role models and in sort of STEM fields, sadly, there aren't enough. So you kind of have to search for them, but it's worth it.
And they are
you
out
have to find that person that reminds you of you.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got another question in from somebody watching at home saying that you've taken on loads of different career paths. How did you know that you were going to be passionate about doing this as a job? Was it just a feeling or,
Well, I think it's because it's a lived experience, actually, in that, these are issues that I have faced firsthand. And so have a sort of, I suppose, a deeper understanding of. But also, I suppose you could say I've been able to break barriers too. So I've also been able to see how change can happen. And I think the combination of the two is why I'm so passionate about this issue. And to sort of be able to, I hope, influence gatekeepers to look at things differently, and also to understand diverse talent as they're coming through the pipeline. So I think that's why. And so I love it. I go all over the world now, talking to companies and organizations and leaders on this issue. And I have seen a massive change. My first book, Diversify, came out 4 years ago, and I've seen a massive change from then to now.
Already.
So it's exciting.
Yeah, time for Diversify 2. Got to get the follow-up out there. Get that.
Well, the follow-up is Power of Privilege, which is out right now, actually.
Of course it is. I've got another question from the audience. So if you hadn't been in TV, what other career do you think you would have liked to have done? That's from Tim.
Very good question, Tim. If I hadn't been in TV, my other career, which is a career I kind of do unofficially, is I think I would have been a therapist. It's so funny. I don't know why, but people tend to sort of tell me all of their deepest, darkest secrets.
It's true. I've been there.
I meet people and they'll share their whole life story with me. It's lucky that I'm very discreet. So I think if I wasn't doing TV, I'd be a therapist.
It's a good thing to be. Why do you think it is that people open up to you? I mean, it's a great thing for an interviewer.
Yeah. I think you probably are the same. I think I'm genuinely interested in people. I really like people. There aren't many people I don't like. It's rare that I meet someone that I don't like.
Yeah.
Even if I don't agree with them.
Yes.
It's rare that I don't like them. And I think I just find people fascinating, and the stories and the sort of experiences that shape people really just sort of blows my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we are, as we touched on at the beginning, we're living in strange and challenging times. And that is obviously affecting the job market, in a big way.
Yeah.
What would be your advice to people who are about to take their first step? I mean, it's a big one, but what would you say?
Well, I think, I don't want to in any way deter young people or make them worried or anything like that, because, these things always sort themselves out. We've been through way worse times and come out the other side and actually come out stronger. If you look at what Britain became once it had rebuilt itself post the Second World War. I mean, it's extraordinary when you look at where we were. And so I think what I would say to young people is, if it is taking longer than you would have hoped to find your first job, well, then what else are you going to use that time to do? I think in a way you can look at it completely different, as this is a precious time. Perhaps you finished your education, and actually what you have now is a combination of having this sort of set of skills, you've been trained. Where else can you apply that to be of service to the country and to people? And I mean that in the broader sense. That can really sort of stand you in good stead for when there are lots of job opportunities. So, can you volunteer in your local community? Obviously, there's a lot happening with our elderly right now. How can you be a support there? Are there other skills that you can learn so that, we know that the jobs of the future are going to be much more sort of in the tech space and sort of technologically based? Is even if the sort of your what you've studied isn't that, can you add that also to your belt, as it were? So I think there's lots of things that you can do to make this time meaningful if you haven't yet found your first job.
Yeah, and there's so many resources out there as well for courses, for training. Because training is a good way to know, to see whether you're going to enjoy doing the job itself. If you can just do some training and see it. I've got another question in from Jai, who says, what tips would you have for young people trying to overcome diversity and inclusion related obstacles in the workplace? So people who are actually experiencing that, what can they do?
Yeah, well, I would say, Jai, this is perhaps the best time there's ever been to address these issues in the workplace. Whereas before, there's a lot of erasure going on and a lot of denial, and much of this stuff was sort of swept under the carpet. I think now there are a lot of HR systems and processes in place to have this type of conversation, and it depends on what it is. If it's slight microaggressions or not feeling like you belong, or perhaps the team isn't that diverse, well, then I would go to the leader of that division and say, look, I think there are a couple of problems here. I'd love to help you address them. If you look at the marketplace, this is what our customer is expecting from us. I'd really like to help you on this. And here are a few suggestions. And I find that data is very, very powerful, because when people see the numbers, it's hard to argue against numbers, whereas sort of, stuff that's much more qualitative and more sort of story-led can sometimes be argued against. Whereas if it's just data, hard numbers, well, to say, look, this is actually good for us if we can get this right, and I think I can help you do that.
That's really, really good.
You might get a promotion in the process.
Yeah, exactly. And a bit of a pay rise. It's fine. It's going to be more work. But you see, that's really good. So just to actually sort of take solutions as well, to take that, be proactive. No, that's brilliant.
And to also, I always believe to not think that there's somebody that there's bad intent. I think sometimes it's just discomfort because we haven't been around people that are different enough, and we need to do more of that in our society. And without question, that will mean that we're more comfortable with it in the workplace.
And often people just don't see it. They're not aware that there's even a problem.
Yeah.
So I've got a question in from Michelle. Michelle is somebody after my own heart. She said, you mentioned the balance of representation is changing in role models. How do we speed this up? She's impatient. I can appreciate that. I'm an impatient person too.
Yeah, Michelle, it's tough. I'm impatient, but this unfairness didn't happen overnight. This is hundreds of years of systemic inequality that we're trying to undo or readdress and sort of realign. So it's not going to happen overnight. But I do think that we're seeing big shifts. We're seeing big shifts. It's almost like the pace of change is really slow, and then something momentous happens, and then vroom. And I think we're in that stage and that phase right now. But it's not going to happen overnight. So you also have to be realistic about that too.
Yeah. Put it in perspective for sure. One more question from our amazing audience. Mary B, she says, I want to be a positive role model to my kids and family members. Do you have any advice to me in fulfilling that role for the young people around me?
What a great question. Well, I think being a positive role model to your kids and family members is really about what you do, isn't it? Because with kids, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do. And I think often as adults, we sort of do a lot of saying and not enough doing. And young people can see that, perhaps we're not as genuine as we would like to appear to be on these issues. And so I think it's about what you do. If you want to be inclusive, what is your life like? What is your social circle like? Do you have a diverse set of friends? Are your kids used to being around lots of people that are different to themselves, not just at school, which may be the case, but actually at home? And then also, in terms of the conversations that you have with your children, are you making sure that you yourself are educated on these issues so that you can have informed discussions with your kids about the kind of world that you as a family want to contribute to creating? And so I think really sort of educating yourself is really important, and then actually doing it so your kids can see you doing it. So therefore, they perhaps will take it even further.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, I've got one final question, briefly, because I've been asked this loads of times, and I've never actually asked it to anybody else, and I'm glad somebody's put it through from the audience. Who's the best person you've ever interviewed? Because people always ask me, like, oh, you used to interview pop stars and stuff. Who was the best person? Who's your best person you've interviewed?
A few people, actually. I would say Will Smith, number one.
Wow.
Man in the world. He's just a total sweetheart. George Clooney, absolute charmer.
Yeah.
And then the Spice Girls. I used to love interviewing the Spice Girls. I had so much fun with them.
Great.
I was lucky because I sort of started presenting just as they were exploding onto the music scene. So I was able to see the whole journey. And actually the same with Destiny's Child. I was able to see, because I think Destiny's Child, I did their first UK interview or something like that. So to sort of see people start and then go on.
Well, you gave them the platform. You basically gave us Beyonce. Yeah.
Not quite, but
Yeah.
Tina and Matthew Knowles gave us Beyonce.
I once tried to interview Will Smith when he was being shepherded off stage at a music festival, and there was no time. He had all these people around you. I was like, Will, can I just have 2 words from you? And he said, love and respect, baby. Love and respect. And then was whisked away. And it was like that. He just has it. He's always thinking about love and respect.
You should have said, Will. It's Will.
It's Will. I know. The real Big Willie style. Okay, listen, thank you so much for talking to us, June. It's been such a privilege to speak to you. And it's great that we had so many questions from people watching at home. You've clearly inspired a lot of people out there. So thank you so much. It's also worth noting that WorldSkills UK, and this will be relevant to you as well, June, they've got a special scheme to champion diversity and inclusion. And they're actually doing a competition, a WorldSkills competition next year around diversity and inclusion. It's a Diversity and Inclusion Heroes Award. So that's a pretty special thing. So you can check that out on the WorldSkills website. June, thank you again so much. Hopefully I'll get to see you again really soon.
For sure. Take care. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
There we go. June Sarpong. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Right, now we're going to take a very short break, but when we come back, we're going to have loads more great sessions. So don't go anywhere, and keep your stuff coming in on Twitter and in the web chat.
The National Careers Service provides high-quality, free and impartial information, advice and guidance to help citizens make decisions on learning, training and work. It is available to all adults in England over the age of 13. Our universal service is primarily for citizens who need somewhere to go that can provide comprehensive careers information, advice or guidance for themselves. Additional users of our service are people who use it to support others, This includes professional careers advisors and intermediaries, such as employers, teachers, and parents. Our service is designed to enable users to self-serve as much as possible. However, some of our users need more intensive support. For self-service, our intuitive digital tools and smart use of data enable them to get a personalised service. Professional careers advisors will help provide users with additional advice and guidance specific to their personal circumstances. If you want any more information about the National Careers Service, please get in touch.
Check it out, yeah. What y'all wanna do? Don't you know we always coming through? Me and my crew, let me hear you say fire up! Say fire!
Thousands of government-funded apprenticeships are available right now. Fire up your career at apprenticeships.gov.uk.
Go get your future. T-Levels, the qualification designed with leading employers. Step into health and science, education and childcare, digital and IT, construction and design. Find your T-Level, the post-GCSE qualification that helps you take it to the next level. Start your T-Level at tlevels.gov.uk.
Welcome back to WorldSkills UK Live online Spotlight Talks with BAE Systems. Thanks again to June Sarpong for coming and talking to us. That was so great. And if you guys have any more questions for her, you can find her on Twitter and Instagram and stuff. So keep talking to June. She's got loads of really important stuff to say. Okay, now today is all about employability skills. All right, so we wanted to introduce you to somebody who is an expert in employability skills. He went from WorldSkills UK competitor to somebody who successfully set up and now runs their own design agency. So I'm going to introduce you to Yogi.
My name's Yogi. I grew up in India. Mum was a food factory manager. Dad's an electrician, and I always dreamt of working in technology. Now I run my own digital agency in London, and we employ over 100 staff. I moved to the UK at the age of 8, and at school I always loved ICT. I spent most of my time on computers and games and what a normal average kid would do. People wouldn't understand how I think. People thought I was quite weird. When I got to high school it became a little bit more easier because I started to understand the culture and everything. I used to hate some subjects like RE or PSHE. I didn't really have that passion, and still really love a lot about IT and business because I was intrigued to know. So I had that passion. I wanted to go home and research a bit more. When I was 16 years old, I told my parents that I was going to start my own digital agency, and they were excited. At the same time, they were worried that I wouldn't finish my GCSEs properly or I wouldn't do college or A-levels properly. But now looking at everything, I think it was the best thing. My mum really wanted me to go to university, so I decided I'll go to uni to do software engineering. And alongside all of that, while I was finishing my GCSEs, I was still running my digital agency. That's where your business acumen comes in, because you have to be good at managing and organizing yourself if you want to be a good business owner. I'm graduating from university next year, and we're actually working on opening up our second office to take on big projects of a higher scale, because we feel that we can take that challenge on and do very well. WorldSkills UK helps us kids explore different industries to get hands-on experience. It's a new way you can fast-track your career. If I was giving advice to myself, I would say be optimistic, get back up every time you make mistakes, or if you fall over, get back up. WorldSkills UK has been the backbone of my journey, and they've helped me excel in my career. The most exciting and challenging bit about my industry is we have an impact on the world and we can help for the betterment. You don't know where your choices are going to take you until you make them. Where will yours take you?
There we go. Thanks so much to Yogi. That's great stuff. Okay, keep your comments coming in on Twitter and on email, and stay in the web chat as well, because we've got some more interviews for you now. So you can get your questions in to the people we're going to be speaking to very shortly. We've got a couple of people from BAE Systems who've got a lot of really important information and insight to impart. But first, because BAE Systems are one of our sponsors, here is a little video that just tells you a bit more about who they are and the kinds of stuff they do.
For over 100 years, BAE Systems has been at the cutting edge of aerospace design, manufacturing and production. That means that for over 100 years, we've been agile and adaptable, always thinking outside the box, overcoming anything that's thrown at us. And in the process, we've built a history of knowledge we're truly proud of. That is part of our DNA. DNA that has been passed down from generation to generation and has gone global. That's why we've invested £15.6 million in our Academy for Skills and Knowledge. Based in Samlesbury, this world-class innovative centre will empower outstanding learning and autonomous thinking, because investment in our people is crucial. The world is constantly changing, and the changes we see drive us to outdo what we've done before, to stay 2 steps ahead, time and time again. But there is always room for improvement, because lifelong learning is also part of our DNA and the key to our success. The Samlesbury Centre will immerse learners in real-time virtual environments and provide the technology and resources that we truly need to take us into the future. It will enable us to share our expertise and to shatter the boundaries of our imagination beyond anything we've ever thought possible, for generations to come, because the best is yet to come.
There we go. Thanks so much to those guys. Okay, we have now got for you another live interview. So throughout this, just make sure you're getting your questions in on the web chat, and I will do my best to put them to the people we're going to be speaking to. And those people are, first up, Khadija Ismail, who's an engineering degree apprentice, one of the first 2 apprentices to be awarded, and I'm saying this when you can see me, so don't blush too much, to be awarded the Royal Academy of Engineering Leaders Scholarships. An amazing achievement. And Khadija plans to use her scholarship to expand her engineering experience and focus on water resource and sustainability. You're nodding. I've got that all right.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, amazing, amazing. Well, thanks so much, Khadija, for coming to speak to us. I guess first things first, tell us a bit about your background and what made you choose an apprenticeship instead of going to university.
Okay, so hi everybody, my name's Khadija. I'm 22 years old, I'm from Bolton, and I remember a defining moment in my career was when I was the only girl in my electronics class, and I thought to myself, God, really love to study engineering, but I'm not sure I can afford university. So I started looking at apprenticeships, and BAE Systems came up first, and I thought, wow, amazing. And another defining moment was getting the Arkwright Engineering Scholarship, and that was sponsored by the RAF. So for me, I'd had that experience of the engineering environment, and I thought, oh, I'd really love to be in industry straight away. 5 years worth of engineering experience, earning while I'm learning, and it was kind of a no-brainer for me, really.
Amazing. And what was it about BAE Systems that made you choose an apprenticeship with those guys?
So number one for me was cutting edge technology. So being at the forefront of technology that's shaping the future, influencing lives. And I just thought, yeah, this is it. This is what I want to be working on. And for me, it was all about technology and research and just, like cutting edge, just working on things that are just amazing, and you just feel that awe inside, like, wow, I played a part in that.
Yeah.
For me, that's what it was.
Definitely. And so you mentioned that when you were at school and you were interested in electronics and all that kind of stuff, what was it that made you interested in those things in the first place? Was it just a feeling you couldn't put your finger on, or was there something specific that sparked that interest, to excuse the pun, in electronics?
I don't know if it's something specific, but for me, I really loved little circuits and breadboards and making things light up and just things like that. For me, it started off with making an LED light up. It was connecting a battery to an LED and thinking, wow. And then finding out there were different types of LEDs. And then, when you just get stuck and you just go through and through and you find all these interesting things. For me, that's how it started. Circuit boards and chips.
Well, that's a great journey to start from just making one LED light up to then working on the scale of the stuff you're working on now. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So what is your average day? What is the kind of typical day in the life of an apprentice at BAE Systems? I mean, I get that at the moment it's probably slightly different, what with one thing and another.
Yeah.
But what's it normally like for you?
So I'll give you the best version, which is actually being on site. So I work at BAE Systems Wharton when I'm not working from home, and so we'll drive on site, and then it's a massive site as well. So you could be, if you had one meeting, it probably take you 10 minutes to walk from one building to another if you had a meeting.
Yeah.
So for me, it always starts with speaking to my team in the morning. It's getting a brew, speaking to my team, kind of, this is the stuff we've got on for the day. This is my priority for the day. Going through all of that. But then also I'm at university as well. So I've also got my assignments, my uni assignments to deliver for as well. So I like to have part of my day to just, focus on my university and also personal development. So, speaking to people, having meetings, sometimes it's really nerve-wracking, just as an apprentice, speaking in a meeting, it's a big deal. And so working on those sorts of things as well. Sometimes it'll be writing documents. Sometimes somebody will want to show you something, but they'll say, oh, you know what? I can't explain it to you. Let's just go to the hangar and I'll show you what I'm talking about. And those sorts of things are the best part of my day, is being able to see it in real time.
Yeah, amazing.
And then also, it's awesome. And then part of my day, it's not that it's a part of my day, but sometimes you'll hear aircraft flying and you'll just feel that, I played a part in that. It's just awesome.
So what else do you get in the way of support from BAE Systems for helping you achieve those career goals?
So as an apprentice, the BAE Systems are very, very supportive of their apprentices. So for me, I like to talk about personal development with my team, with my managers, with my apprentice placement managers, and talking about kind of what I would like to do, where I'd like to be, what are the steps needed for me to get to that point. And so sometimes courses will be recommended for me. So for example, there's a course that I went on recently that was funded by BAE Systems. It's called The Theory of Inventive Problem Solving. And it's sort of like a streamline to your creativity. So sometimes when you are trying to problem solve, you'll get lost and you'll go off on tangents and things like that. And that's what happens to me. So for me, it was a course about streamlining my creativity, following it through all the way. And those are the sorts of courses that BAE Systems will fund for you and support for you as apprentices. So for me, I've had those sorts of opportunities. I've had external placements. So last year I moved down south. I was one of two apprentices and 2 graduates. We moved down south last year to an external company as well. So they are very, very supportive of apprentices if you wanted to apply.
And this year, you were named one of the first 2 apprentices to be awarded the Royal Academy of Engineers Leaders Scholarships. What exactly is that programme? What does it involve?
Okay, so 2020, that was my highlight of 2020, being awarded this scholarship. So Grace Handley, another apprentice, and we were the first ever apprentices to have been awarded this scholarship in the history of the scholarship being introduced. So for us, that was a really, really big deal. And so what it means is that we both get £5,000 each funded towards our personal development. That's number 1. And number 2, we have access to like-minded people like us. So people spread across the country that are passionate about engineering. And so number 1, what would I spend my money on? So at the moment, I'm thinking next year, there's a company called the Green Programme, and they're all about sustainability and, just empowering people like me, people that are starting off in their careers. And so I'd like to study abroad next year. I'm hoping to go to Nepal. It was Peru, but I've changed it to Nepal now. And so it's all going to be about water resource management and solar power installation, renewable energy, sustainability. And then I'd love to bring that back. So, learning all about sustainability and then bringing that back is something that I'd like to spend some money on. There's a couple of conferences as well. So, like personal development conferences, women in tech. I'd really love to open my network, and those are the sorts of things that I'd be spending the scholarship money on. And lastly, like a national schools roadshow. So for me, I'm really passionate about creativity with technology. So I love poetry, and I'd really love to incorporate poetry into engineering. It's a bit of a niche.
No, that sounds amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, so inspiring the future generation of engineers through poetry, because I've often found, like, with the people that I've met through my career and at school, you'd find that people who love poetry don't necessarily love engineering. And so, crossing that boundary, because creativity is also creative writing. So combining that with technology would be awesome. So I'd love to do something like that as well.
Fantastic. Well, look, we stay watching the stream for the rest of the day then, because we've got a poet coming up later on who's going to be doing a session.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be well worth watching. We've been getting some questions in already, Khadija, from people at home. Well, they've said one question: do you get to travel with your job? But it sounds like that's very much the plan, right?
Yeah. So being part of BAE Systems, I am one of 85,800 people spread across 40 countries. So cultural fit is really important as well. So if you are a person, if you want to be around people that you feel get you, you can find that in one of those 40 countries. And traveling, so in my career so far, so I started in 2017. I've been to Chicago, I've been to Spain, I've traveled to RAF sites. And I hope it doesn't stop there. Like, I'd love to travel more. I'd love to work abroad at some point. So travel is definitely on the cards if you were to take an apprenticeship with BAE Systems.
Well, hopefully you'll be in Nepal next year as well. So we've got another question in. Are the projects you get to work on varied, or are they quite restricted?
So they are very varied. So just to give you a couple of examples, one of my first placements was working on mission systems. Another placement was working on virtual reality and, opening up the user to a completely different experience. You know how people go to expos and they go to, for example, NEC Birmingham, for example.
Yeah.
Looking at virtual expos, so people, working from home, people can actually explore an expo from home. I've done things like last year, so working at Prismatic, working on satellites, drone satellites, so definitely very varied. But I'd say that when you're in the company, you source those placements. So, if you find something that sounds amazing, go and speak to the right people, try and find that for yourself. So that's a definitely important part of it.
Yeah. Well, we should speak to you about the virtual expos, because that's, expos is a big part of what WorldSkills does. So finally, what advice would you give to young people watching today who are just starting out on their career journey? What should they be aiming for, and what should they be aware of?
Okay, so for me, if I was to tell myself the advice that I would want to share with you guys, it would be, number one, to dream big. So I know that sounds really, really cliche, but dreaming big and not limiting your thinking, not limiting your constraints, you can really, really change the world by dreaming big, and you've got to find your people. So find your support network, find your people that will make your vision and turn your vision into a reality, people that believe in you. Once you found that network, I can guarantee you will probably be one of the people transforming the world one day. And number two, have a good support network. So, in your career, there will be highs and there will be lows. And having those people, to fall back on sometimes, to have a support is really, really important for you to come back stronger and come back more resilient.
Brilliant. Well, look, thanks so much for talking to us, Khadija. Don't go anywhere, because there are more questions coming in for you. But I'm going to speak to Mark Donnelly now. So we'll get you back on after I've spoken to Mark. But I've got Mark Donnelly here, who's the Head of Apprenticeship and Skills at BAE Systems. Hello again, Mark.
Hello, Will. Hope you're well.
Yeah, you good? I saw you a couple of days ago. You still got your guitars behind you. That's good to see.
I do indeed, yeah.
We should get you on again to do a performance. That would be a nice way to close out the
they're
whole...
They're just good to keep my camera angle perfect.
Right,
the two guitars there. There you go.
That's quite clever, isn't it? Like a cricketer choosing the stumps. Okay, so so Mark, BAE Systems, one of the world's biggest companies that specialises in aerospace, defence, and engineering. So what are the opportunities that you have got across the board for young people to get involved in?
Thanks, Will. So we've got some fantastic opportunities for young people. I mean, if I think about the UK, we have 34,000 staff in the UK, and 2,000 of those are apprentices, and over 90% of that 2,000 are aged 16 to 24. So already huge commitment to apprenticeships. And then when you look at the actual apprenticeships that are available, they are from advanced level, also through to degree level. Fantastic role model in Khadija, as you've seen today.
Yeah.
And they cover not just engineering, but also IT, finance, software, business administration. There's a whole array of portfolio, project management, and really a variety. So in total, about 50 standards that we offer. And so lots of opportunities for young people to get involved in. Also, when you think about on the video, you saw some fantastic opportunities in the air sector, but we also have huge activity across the north, south, the east, west, because we've got different centres across the UK, and we build and maintain clearly the fast jet aircraft for the Royal Air Force, but we also build and maintain the naval ships for the Royal Navy, and also submarines for our Ministry of Defence. So as well as defending our country from cyber attack as well. So across land, air, sea and cyber, there's so much to get involved in, and it's brilliant to share as industry sponsor today for the WorldSkills, all of those insights, and have role models like Khadija.
Yeah, great. I mean, we've heard a lot about kind of the engineering opportunities with BAE Systems, but that's not all you offer, is it? There are things outside of engineering when it comes to apprenticeships with you.
Yes, there are. I mean, there's a whole variety of different activities. Probably when you look at it, say 60% of the roles are focused on a whole variety of different types of activities that help to support our engineering community. So it's one big team, but there's so many different elements that make up that work. So that's why we have grown over the last 5 to 10 years from having a few different frameworks, as they were. Now they're called standards, and still frameworks in Scotland and Wales, but a few different apprenticeships to now having 50, and they are literally a fantastic sort of array of different things that people can get involved in.
Yeah, great. And BAE Systems has won awards for your apprenticeship schemes. What is it that sets BAE Systems apart in terms of the opportunities that you offer, or how you support your apprentices?
So, I mean, as recent as Thursday last week, we were delighted to receive the Macro Employer of the Year for the National Apprenticeship Awards, and that's a testament to all of the training team and the support. So, in terms of our pastoral care, that is absolutely at the top of the top of the tree in terms of the focus that we give, the safeguarding we offer. It's the technology that people can get to work on, as you heard from Khadija. I mean, our apprentices work on some of the most complex, most advanced new technologies on the planet, and that is really exciting to get involved in. But we also have a core focus around the support during the apprenticeship and the enrichment that we offer. So lots of things like community engagement, outward bound experiences, getting involved in competitions like WorldSkills here today. And then, of course, it's a really challenging time at the moment, and we have maintained all of our thousands of apprentices in learning during this challenging time. And we've been able to onboard just under 800 apprentices for this particular year's recruitment. And we've also announced, due to announce a record number of apprentices for next year, over 800. So we're moving on, and we're thinking and creating innovative ways to make sure people still join our company and get the support that they need.
Yeah. Well, look, one of the things that people have been asking a lot at home is, what skills do you need to bring to the apprenticeship? What skills do people need to have, already in their locker? What are you looking for?
It's a really good question. So I think first and foremost, we want people to come with a willingness to learn and have that open mindset and to bring their own thoughts, creativity and ideas. Communication skills are really helpful, team working. That problem solving and analytical angle is really important too. So just taking a challenge, an issue, breaking it down and thinking about how you can resolve and support that. Above all, I think it's the right behaviours, Will. So if people have the right behaviours, they're able to come with the right sort of approach to learn, and we can help teach and train and bring all of those extra additional resources and knowledge and skills, but bring the right set of behaviours, and that's a very good start. Great.
Now we've got a few questions coming in from people in the audience, so I'm going to bring Khadija back onto the screen as well through it's not a touch screen, but she's going to appear in just a second. But one of the questions for you, Mark, Kathleen wants to know, you mentioned at the start that you work on the fast jets and stuff, but what specifically, what aircraft can you work on if you're with BAE Systems specifically? And maybe Khadija's already worked on some of these.
Yes, so in terms of when you first start at BAE Systems within the air sector, as Khadija will recognise as well, you have opportunity to learn in the academy, and we have got a Hawk jet there, which is a fantastic jet to work on to actually get a real understanding of the basics. But then as you move into the workplace environment, clearly we are building and maintaining Typhoon jet for the Royal Air Force rather, and so there's opportunities to really get involved and to work in there. So the cutting edge of those, but actually important to note as well, we are working on the future of combat air. So we're looking at the Team Tempest project at this point in time, and so that is the opportunity to work on the 6th generation of stealth jet for the Royal Air Force. So not just current activities, but also the future as well, which is really helpful.
Wow, that sounds top secret. What's it called? Team Tempest? Is that going to be the? I mean, it sounds cool.
That's the concept to try to design what would the new generation of stealth jet look like around 2035 for the Royal Air Force. So we start now thinking about that and work with other partners to help to support the Royal Air Force.
Wow, that's very cool. Is that something you might be involved in, Khadija, as well, down the line, do you think?
Fingers crossed, I hope so. So one of the things that I'm working on is maintenance. So that's towards the end of the aircraft life cycle. So it's about, when the aircraft gets to the stage where it's at the customer, how do we maintain that aircraft? How do we equip the people and those customers with the right skills? So that's a really important part, is supporting the aircraft as well.
I love it though. I keep coming back to it, but from making an LED light up to working on top secret, stealth fighter jets, it's incredible. So Khadija, we've got a question from Joe. What's been your best day at work so far?
Oh gosh, that's a really, really good question. So one of the best days of work for me was, it would be more towards engineering, but I think it's more about the people. It's about the days where I'm helping apprentices expand their knowledge and their skill set, knowing that the doors that were open for me, the people that have taught me things, in my first year, my second year, in my third year, and being able to share that with other apprentices, I don't think there's anything more fulfilling. So it's passing on the engineering knowledge for me are the best days at BAE for sure.
Great. Mark, I've got a question from Sam. You covered it briefly earlier, but in terms of being more specific around the other apprentice roles that BAE offers, I mean, do you have apprenticeships in HR, in finance, in those sorts of areas?
Yes, we do. Yeah, so the best approach, and we'll signpost it later, but also is our website. So the basystems.com/apprentices, and that has all of our apprenticeship opportunities. And so you're quite right, Will, and to the questioner, lots of different opportunities there in IT, HR, finance, software, you name it, procurement, and they all help to actually give us that well-rounded organisation that we need.
Khadija, you mentioned that you're studying at university simultaneously. Did you get to choose? This is a question from Jude. Hi, Jude. Can you choose what university you go to? Was that your decision, or did BAE decide?
Jude, good question. So that wasn't actually my decision, but when you are applying for the apprenticeships, you will see what university you're partnered with. So for me, I'm partnered with Lancaster University. So my aerospace engineering degree is accredited, fully accredited, and it comes from Lancaster University. But if you'll find that on the employee's website, it will tell you what university you're partnered with.
Okay, amazing, amazing. I mean, Mark, this is one, I guess, more for you, but a lot of people will be, aware of how difficult this year has been. Has that affected your intake of apprentices? Are you having to change the way you're doing it? Are you bringing on less apprentices next year? Have there been any changes because of COVID?
It's a really good question. Delighted to say that hasn't changed our intake numbers. What has happened has been we have effectively had to think of how we onboard people and bring people into the organisation differently. So typically we'd have things like assessment centres, physical interviews. We've had to think of those differently this time around. So we've done lots of virtual interviews in that process. And that's helped us with this year's intake. And then next year, we've got, as I mentioned, sort of over 800 roles across the 50 different standards, different types of levels, advanced and degree apprenticeships. We're pushing ahead with that. And the reason why we're doing it is because our business plan, our requirements for our business say that we need X number of early careers, young people, adults into the organisation. So we don't want to not deliver that, because we need to meet our customers' requirements and we need to deliver as a business. So we've pushed on and we've managed to do that. And I think that's, one testament to the team, but also a reason why we've won the awards as well, because we have been able to sort of move forward against the adversity that we've experienced.
I've got a question in from Ad, who's watching at home, who wants to know, is it a good idea to leave school at year 11 and go straight into an apprenticeship? Is that a good path to take? Because Ad's confused about whether to go to sixth form college, whether to go to uni, or whether to dive straight into an apprenticeship. So that's a question for both of you, I guess.
It's a good question. I think, just from my perspective, it's worth having a look at the different apprenticeships that are on offer. So typically someone who leaves after completing their GCSEs, as an example, they could join an advanced apprenticeship programme with us. If you leave after school sixth form, then you could join perhaps still an advanced, but possibly also a degree apprenticeship with us as well. So it's looking at where you are within your own learning and what really excites you in terms of the topics and the opportunities available through ourselves and other partners in the sector as well. But I know it's a big decision, but yeah, perhaps talk to teachers and career advisors to help you as well in that process. But absolutely opportunities at both just finishing GCSEs, but also post that from A-levels as well.
Khadija, you mentioned that you sometimes work with other apprentices who are coming through. Have you worked with apprentices who've come through at that level, straight after year 11?
So, yeah, definitely. So we've worked with apprentices that have come through at 16 years old, and apprentices that have come through at 18 years old, and also apprentices that have applied after they've even got their degrees and come back as well. So, it's not just about young, being a young person in your career. You can also apply after you've had a degree. If somebody had a degree in pharmacy and came back and did engineering, I'd say it's up to you personally. So, do you want to go to college and do you want to study BTEC level or A level, or do you want to start working at 16 straight away and experience the industry? It's up to you. You can do both. So I know that apprentices at 16 that have joined have decided, you know what, I think I want a degree now, and then sort of funded and applied for business cases to get a degree through the company. So it's very, very, you can mould it to what you want. It's about you and what you want to make it. So join at 16 if you feel like you wish that, or you can join at 18. For me personally, I joined at 18, so I went to sixth form and studied maths, physics and electronics, and then joined at 18. I think that was more because I didn't know that apprenticeships existed at 16, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, one final very quick question, Mark. Amy wants to know, what time of year do you take on apprentices? A good practical question to finish on.
Really important question. So our typical recruitment process is that we open our applications 1st of November. We close them at the end of February, and therefore September starts the next year. So for us, that's September 21 next year. And I should say as well that of all the apprenticeships that people decide to do, with us as BAE Systems, we've got over a 90% completion rate for the apprenticeship programme, which is far above the average. And that we also, for all those that do complete, we offer a full-time job with our company and effectively a career with our company. We invest in them, so we want to support and maintain their growth going forwards.
Great. Well, look, thank you so much, Khadija. Thank you, Mark. It's been great having you both on. Really inspiring stuff. Good luck with everything, Khadija. I hope it goes really well with your new scholarship as well. And I hope you get out to Nepal.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Take care, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now remember, there is lots more information on those apprenticeships at baesystems.com, and they've got an About Apprenticeships section dedicated solely to that. So get on there and find out. Now, keep getting in touch on Twitter and in the web chat. Question for the parents who are watching at home as well. Tweet in or get involved in the web chat. Is there any more guidance that you would like to see? Any other resources that would be useful for you, for us to share, so that you can pass that on to your kids and you can help them make those difficult decisions when it comes to careers. So let us know. Anything more we could be doing, put it in the chat. Okay, we're going to take a quick break now. Go and stretch your legs, but it'll only be a few minutes, and then we're going to be back with more great sessions. See you in a sec.
The National Careers Service provides high-quality, free and impartial information, advice and guidance to help citizens make decisions on learning, training and work. It is available to all adults in England over the age of 13. Our universal service is primarily for citizens who need somewhere to go that can provide comprehensive careers information, advice or guidance for themselves. Additional users of our service are people who use it to support others. This includes professional careers advisors and intermediaries, such as employers, teachers, and parents. Our service is designed to enable users to self-serve as much as possible. However, some of our users need more intensive support. For self-service, our intuitive digital tools and smart use of data enable them to get a personalised service. Professional careers advisors will help provide users with additional advice and guidance specific to their personal circumstances. If you want any more information about the National Careers Service, please get in touch.
Check it out, yeah. What y'all wanna do? Don't you know we always coming through? Me and my crew, let me hear you say fire up! Say fire!
Thousands of government-funded apprenticeships are available right now. Fire up your career at apprenticeships.gov.uk.
Go get your future. T-Levels, the qualification designed with leading employers. Step into health and science, education and childcare, digital and IT, construction and design. Find your T-Level, the post-GCSE qualification that helps you take it to the next level. Start your T-Level at tlevels.gov.uk.
Welcome back to WorldSkills UK live online spotlight talks with BAE Systems. Now, remember guys, today is about you. It's about giving you the tools you need to make those difficult career choices. We're going to be giving you access to businesses, apprentices, inspiring role models. We've still got more sessions coming up, and we've already had, all of this morning and yesterday and Thursday. So those sessions are available to watch again through the Live Learn website. So make sure you do that. There's so much important information there. Now, at the moment, obviously, these are difficult times, all right? Everything's quite uncertain, but this event is about just letting you know that whatever steps you take in this uncertain world, there is support there for you, okay? You can make it. We can all strive for excellence. WorldSkills is a pretty amazing organisation, and we've got a little video that gives you some more info on everything that WorldSkills UK does.
At WorldSkills UK, we're raising standards in apprenticeships and technical education so more young people get the best start in work and life. We're tackling vocational snobbery head-on as we proudly promote the benefits of technical careers. And we're not alone. We're proud to be part of WorldSkills, a global movement in over 80 countries, which organises the biennial Skills Olympics, where we celebrate British young people achieving world-class standards against the best of the rest of the world. We're an independent charity working in partnership with employers, education and governments to inspire excellence. Our careers advice shows young people that apprenticeships and technical education can be a prestigious career route on the path to reaching their potential, whatever their background. Develop excellence. We test and assess young people's skills and knowledge against their peers through our national and international competitions programs, improving their confidence and potential. Innovate and mainstream excellence. We drive up the standard of training across the UK through international benchmarking to help thousands of young people and their employers succeed. We stand for excellence at work because we believe investing in higher quality technical education means our young people, our economy and our country will thrive.
There you go. Okay, guys, now keep getting in touch. Hashtag WSUK Live online, and obviously there's the web chat as well. I've got another one for the parents, all right? This could be quite interesting. We want your tweets and comments, and I will read them out and give shout-outs if we get some good ones in. So are any parents out there doing jobs now that when you were young didn't even exist as a job? That's one of the things we've been learning over the last few days, that in the future, you know, some of the people watching this, stepping into their careers, the jobs that they'll end up doing in 10 years, we don't even know what they are yet. They don't even exist. So are any parents in that position right now? If so, let us know what job you're doing. It might provide some inspiration. We'll read them out. Okay, we've got another talk for you now, this time from the Army. And this is a talk all about showing you just how far you can go in a career with them. Here's the Army.
As you probably know, the British Army, along with the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force, is responsible for defending the UK and its national interests. This can involve serving overseas alongside soldiers from friendly countries and helping people caught up in emergencies and natural disasters. This is where you'll find out more about the work you could do and the experiences you could have as a soldier in the British Army. First, you'll hear about the job areas you can choose from and what skills and qualifications you could get from them. Then, we'll take you inside the daily life of a British Army soldier. You'll see where you could be living, the kind of work you'll be doing, and what you'll get up to in your free time. In a combat role, as an infantry soldier, a tank crewman, a paratrooper, a gunner, or a member of the Army Air Corps, you'll be part of a fast-moving, agile unit, doing everything from peacekeeping to anti-insurgency operations. Once you've mastered the basics, you'll start taking on teams of your own and learning new skills. Combat roles are some of the Army's most demanding. To take one on, you should be someone who enjoys working outdoors, sometimes in tough environments. And you'll be ready for responsibility early in your career. You'll find a combat role challenging but rewarding. You'll be supported by experienced senior soldiers and be part of a close-knit regiment. Take on an engineering role and you'll be one of specialists who keeps the Army moving. From bricklayers to electronics technicians, vehicle mechanics, geographic technicians, and avionics technicians, there are masses of engineering roles on offer. You could find yourself building bridges across difficult terrain, helping repair roads, or rebuilding damaged infrastructure in countries around the world. You can study for advanced trade qualifications in things like plumbing, construction, and electrical engineering. Engineers can also be trained as commandos and parachutists. To join the army in an engineering role, you'll need to enjoy building and fixing things and be happy working outdoors. You'll do vital work in challenging environments and learn incredibly valuable skills. In a logistics and support role, you and your team will be responsible for keeping the army running, ensuring our troops have all the equipment, resources, and support they need. Depending on your interests, you could work in aviation, manage and drive large vehicles, keep the troops fueled as a chef, and so much more. To join the logistics and support team, you should be interested in helping people, working outdoors, using technology, and managing people, products, or operations. In return, you'll be given the opportunity to gain a range of qualifications, such as HGV licenses, Foundation Modern Apprenticeships, and NVQs. There is opportunity for travel, challenge, upskilling, and forming life-changing bonds. Join the Army in an intelligence, IT, or communications role, and you'll work to keep our troops connected and informed, ensuring our lines of communication are working effectively and free from security breaches, even in the most extreme environments. From intelligence operatives, communication electricians, and system engineers, to roles with linguistic and cybersecurity opportunities, there are all kinds of incredibly important roles. You can study towards a range of qualifications, such as NVQs, driving licenses, intelligence and engineering degrees. Those in intelligence, IT, and communications roles will enjoy fixing things, making decisions, gathering information, solving problems, and working with technology. You will be vital to the running of the army, gaining responsibility from the beginning. You'll also get to travel the world, make friends for life, and carve an enviable career. If you choose to work in HR and finance, you'll play a key role in keeping the army in perfect working order. You could work in the military police, become a PA to a senior officer, work on multi-million-pound account projects, or work in one of the many other roles that come with keeping a team as big as the army running smoothly. You could even study towards industry-recognised qualifications. Whether you're working closely with foreign embassies or you're out on deployment assisting with an active operation, wherever your unit goes in the world, you'll go too. People looking to work in HR and finance should have an interest in helping people, office work, making decisions, and being outside. The Army has a world-class medical force who work hard to keep our soldiers fit and healthy. Depending on your qualifications and interests, you could join the Army's medical services as anything from a nurse or dental nurse to a healthcare assistant, pharmacy technician, operating department practitioner, or even a combat medical technician. You'll work with state-of-the-art technology in military and NHS hospitals, as well as field hospitals all around the world. Not only will you be working with soldiers, you may also be deployed on short-term peacekeeping operations around the world. If you choose to join one of our medical units, you should be interested in helping people. You'll need to be a quick thinker who can adapt, react, and work in challenging situations. You'll also need to show a strong interest in the medical industry and be good at taking in vast amounts of knowledge. With support from your unit, you'll do some really rewarding work and make memories that will last a lifetime. Join as a musician in the Army and you'll have an unrivaled chance to play on the world stage, and feel a true sense of pride as you represent your country. You could join our marching bands, rock and pop bands, or even take part in one of our national events like Trooping the Colour or the Olympics. Whatever instrument you play or would like to play, you'll be exposed to the very best training so that you can shape and perfect your skills. You'll also be offered the chance to gain qualifications that are relevant to your role and work with the best in the field. Working in a music role is prestigious, high profile, and exciting. They're important roles and extremely rewarding. When you're not on exercise or on operations, you'll probably live with your mates in army accommodation where your unit's based. And if you're married, you're also entitled to your own house or flat. The Army has built a lot of single living accommodation in the last few years, providing improved and comfortable living quarters. You don't have to live in barracks, but most soldiers do. It means being near where you work, close to your friends, and because the Army will help you pay for it, it's much cheaper than renting or buying. Before work starts in the morning, many soldiers will take part in a short session of physical training, or PT. During your basic training, we'll help you build your fitness and meet the necessary standards to be a soldier. However, once you've joined your unit, it will be your responsibility to maintain your strength and fitness. On a normal day, you'll have breakfast around 7 a.m. and can expect to start work at around 8:30 or 9. There are over 200 job roles in the regular Army, and there's no such thing as a typical day. Depending on the role you choose, you'll spend much of your day training with your fellow soldiers and the kit and equipment that you'll use on deployment, preparing for war fighting, peacekeeping, and disaster relief operation. We continually build on our soldiers' skills in areas such as map reading, weapons handling, and trade skills. If you've taken on a specialist role, you'll also focus on perfecting your skills of your chosen trade, for example as a mechanic, intelligence operative, or IT specialist. In addition to your training, you'll most likely spend some of the day playing sport and studying towards an apprenticeship or degree. Working in the Army, you'll need a lot of fuel to keep you going, so your training will be worked around 3 nutritious meals a day. There's lots to choose from, and all of your food is cheap because the Army covers a lot of the cost. You'll have access to a cooked lunch, as well as convenience stores where you can buy snacks and drinks. We have some of the best sporting facilities available in the country, and the opportunities to travel and train are second to none. Whether you're interested in football, rugby, rock climbing, netball, or anything in between, we've got you covered. You'll play with others on base and against other corps. We'll bring in world-class coaches to give you the best training. We are also proud of our adventurous training opportunities, with regular trips to the slopes for skiing, Canada for whitewater rafting, Wales for cliff jumping, or climbing mountains in the Himalayas. It's not just about fun. We encourage participation in adventurous training and sport to help develop your leadership, teamwork, and technical skills, as well as improve your confidence and self-assurance. Working in the Army doesn't mean a 24-hour job. A healthy work-life balance is important, and with us, you'll have a more balanced life than most. When you're not on operations or exercises, the evenings and weekends are yours to spend as you wish. If you choose to stay on base, there's a huge range of facilities available, including movie theatres, pool tables, TV rooms, and video game rooms. A lot of the soldiers also choose to visit the local town for a night out, a shopping trip, or a group dinner. All sport and gym facilities are also open to enjoy in your own time too. Alternatively, some soldiers choose to use their weekends to head home to see family and friends. And given a lot of our soldiers have moved to a new area of the country, there are often group trips away for the weekend to explore the surrounding area.
I'm guessing by the uniform you can tell I'm in the Army. I'm about to tell you about the apprenticeship program. It's really cool. It's the army way of doing things.
When people think of apprenticeships, they think of a 9-to-5 job, being inside, being in a desk. The army isn't anything like that. Whether you're here in the UK or overseas, every day in the army is something different.
There are many opportunities for learning and development in many different areas.
Doing an apprenticeship as a metalsmith.
I'm doing an apprenticeship in telecoms, which I'm enjoying.
I'm an apprentice armourer. I maintain and repair weapons for the British Army.
I've just completed my public service apprenticeship.
And I'm an apprentice avionics technician. I enjoy the job because it's fun, it's mentally challenging, and also you get to see how these work. You can see all the forges behind me. Today I've been making a spring, I've been using the power hammer, I've just been having some fun in the workshop.
So this is a British Army sniper rifle, and occasionally they break. When they do break, they come to me to repair them.
I'm currently here working on the Warriors because they're going out on exercise tomorrow, so we need to get the vehicles prepped and ready to go.
As you can see there, I've got 4 guys working on the vehicle. So what they're doing is just checking that the vehicle is serviceable before it goes out on the area.
And today I'm going to be preparing for the exercise by putting radios together. The guys will be going out on exercise tomorrow fully prepared.
I joined the British Army as a soldier, I get paid as a soldier, and I get an apprenticeship.
The National Careers Service provides high-quality, free and impartial information, advice and guidance to help citizens make decisions on learning, training and work. It is available to all adults in England over the age of 13. Our universal service is primarily for citizens who need somewhere to go that can provide comprehensive careers information, advice or guidance for themselves. Additional users of our service are people who use it to support others. This includes professional careers advisors and intermediaries, such as employers, teachers, and parents. Our service is designed to enable users to self-serve as much as possible. However, some of our users need more intensive support. For self-service, our intuitive digital tools and smart use of data enable them to get a personalised service. Professional careers advisors will help provide users with additional advice and guidance specific to their personal circumstances. If you want any more information about the National Careers Service, please get in touch.
Check it out, yeah. What y'all wanna do? Don't you know we always coming through? Me and my crew, let me hear you say fire up! Say fire!
Thousands of government-funded apprenticeships are available right now. Fire up your career at apprenticeships.gov.uk.
Go get your future. T-Levels, the qualification designed with leading employers. Step into health and science, education and childcare, digital and IT, construction and design. Find your T-Level, the post-GCSE qualification that helps you take it to the next level. Start your T-Level at tlevels.gov.uk.
Hello, welcome back to WorldSkills UK Live online spotlight talks with BAE Systems. Hey, loads of you have been getting in touch, which is great, on the hashtag WSUK Live Online. We've actually had this in from Sophia. So Sophia's school is running a competition to see who can show the best presented reflections on the sessions that we've been doing. And here is Sophia's excellent offering. Look at this, BAE Systems talks, talking about what they thought about the... Oh, look, before the session, I thought apprenticeships were almost pointless and that you could get a higher pay when you go to university. But no, the opinion has been changed. That is great to see. We are changing opinions. BAE's area of technology is really interesting. That's great to see. Nice use of the emoji there. Look, I think that this is, look, without further ado, scroll down to begin. Sophia, I think you're going to win. I think this is a prize-winning entry into the presented reflections on the sessions. Thank you so much for doing that, and I'm delighted that it's been useful. Listen, anybody else wants to get in touch saying what specifically you have found useful, then let us know, because we can do more of the same next time. Keep your tweets coming in. Okay, guys, now, WorldSkills is all about inspiration and giving you the tools that you need to succeed in your chosen career. And as part of that overall ongoing work that we're doing, we've got a new mindset program, which is designed to help give you a positive outlook and get into the right frame of mind for your career. Let's check out a bit more on that.
At WorldSkills UK, we raise the standards in apprenticeships and technical education so more young people can get the best start in work and life. WorldSkills UK and Elite Sports share at heart competition, competitors and coaching to deliver peak performance on a global stage. We have developed a suite of learning resources for educators, students and apprentices to draw from our experiences of developing positive behaviors through applied principles from performance psychology as our winning formula to developing a high-performance mindset in young people who go on to represent the UK in international competitions. Our learning resources for educators, students and apprentices will unlock and grow your potential. For more information about our mindset program and to book onto one of our mindset workshops for educators, visit our website at worldskillsuk.org.
Great stuff. Now, before the session from the Army, I asked you guys whether any parents watching are doing jobs now that didn't even exist when you were young and when you were starting in the world of work. And we've had a few responses. I mean, there are loads. I mean, we've got people out there who are virtual assistants. So basically, you know, working as a kind of PA and an organizer, but not face-to-face, doing that remotely. That, of course, didn't exist. A blogger. There was no such thing as a blog, you know, 20 years ago. App developer, of course. I mean, apps are incredibly new. Social media manager, web analyst, SEO. So we've got people working in search engine optimization. I mean, it wasn't not that long ago before, you know, so when search engines weren't even a thing. So just imagine the sorts of jobs we could be doing, you know, 10, 15, 20 years from now, the rate at which technology is changing, at which the world and the world of work is changing. There probably isn't even a word invented yet for the job that some people out there, some of you watching, will be doing. So that's why it's so important that you keep accessing resources like this, finding out new developments in the world of work, and don't worry if, you know, things are going slower than you want or you're taking deviations on your path, because it doesn't matter. We don't really know where we're going. All we can do is give you the tools you need to make that journey your own. Okay, we have got another video actually now from Yogi. We saw Yogi a little bit earlier, but Yogi is somebody who went through is an alumni from WorldSkills UK and has now set up a successful web design business whilst simultaneously studying. It's a really impressive story. Here's Yogi.
My name's Yogi. I grew up in India. Mum was a food factory manager, dad's an electrician, and I always dreamt of working in technology. Now I run my own digital agency in London and we employ over 100 staff. I moved to the UK at the age of 8, and at school I always loved ICT. I spent most of my time on computers and games and what a normal average kid would do. People wouldn't understand how I think. People thought I was quite weird. When I got to high school, it became a little bit more easier because I started to understand the culture and everything. I used to hate some subjects like RE or PSHE. I didn't really have that passion, and still really love a lot about IT and business because I was intrigued to know. So I had that passion. I wanted to go like home and research a bit more. When I was 16 years old, I told my parents that I was going to start my own digital agency, and they were excited. At the same time, they were worried that I wouldn't finish my GCSEs properly or I wouldn't do college or A-levels properly. But now looking at everything, I think it was the best thing. My mum really wanted me to go to university, so I decided I'll go to uni to do software engineering. And alongside all of that, while I was finishing my GCSEs, I was still running my digital agency. That's where your business acumen comes in, because you have to be good at managing and organizing yourself if you want to be a good business owner. I'm graduating from university next year, and we're actually working on opening up our second office to take on big projects of a higher scale, because we feel that we can take that challenge on and do very well. WorldSkills UK helps us kids explore different industries to get hands-on experience. It's a new way you can fast-track your career. If I was giving advice to myself, I would say be optimistic, get back up every time you make mistakes, or if you fall over, get back up. WorldSkills UK has been the backbone of my journey, and they've helped me excel in my career. The most exciting and challenging bit about my industry is we have an impact on the world and we can help for the betterment. You don't know where your choices are going to take you until you make them. Where will yours take you?
Hey guys, thanks again to Yogi. Brilliant stuff. Okay, I've got a competition for you. For everybody watching at home, this is a big one. I want everybody to get involved in this, all right, because it's actually really important. So, yesterday, we had the Royal Institute of British Architects doing a really inspiring talk. The day before that, on Thursday, we had Roma, who was one of the chief structural engineers on the Shard, okay? So there's been a bit of a theme running through some of these sessions. We've heard from some engineers. Now, we want to put your engineering skills to the test in the only way we know how, a shoe tower competition, okay? So we've put together an example. Some of the crew have put together an example of what you can achieve. Look, wow, that's actually really arty with the black background. It's the kind of still life. Look at that shoe tower. That's pretty impressive. And there's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pairs of shoes there. That's quite high. That's probably, I mean, it's on a table, but that was probably, I don't know, about 40 centimeters high. Key thing is a strong base, all right? So if you're watching from home, everybody has shoes by the door. It'll take you 2 seconds to grab lots of, maybe go with some boots. I don't know, they might have a bit more height and a bit more structural integrity. Very snazzy, shiny shoes here. They belong to Sarah, who works on the show. My shoes made it in there, which is good to see. They stink, but that's okay. Even if you're working with smelly shoes, don't worry about it, okay? They've still got the same structural integrity, so use them. We want to see your shoe towers. The best ones will go up on the screen and you will get a shout out. And if you tag your school as well, then your school could win £100 Amazon vouchers. We'll pick one at random. So get involved and do that. All right. We've got another session for you now, this time from the RAF. We're going to give you a little talk on how incredible the variety of jobs there are on offer, and how you can do anything from being a pilot to being a chef. So whatever it is you want to do, there could be a role for you at the RAF. Here they are.
We protect the skies over the UK, keeping the country safe. And we also provide help overseas by sending humanitarian aid to those that need it. We have to be ready at a moment's notice, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. We are the Royal Air Force, and this is no ordinary job. When you think of the RAF, you might think of pilots, fast jets, and display teams like the Red Arrows. But did you know there are hundreds of people working behind the scenes to keep the RAF moving? We have medics and nurses, we have chefs and photographers, we have firefighters and police officers. And amongst this incredible team of talented people, we have a world-class team of engineers and technicians. Without them, our aircraft wouldn't even leave the ground. So what do our engineering teams do? What is life in the Royal Air Force really like? Is there a role for you? We're going to take you on a journey to find out about life in the RAF. From travelling the world to playing Rocket League during work time, the RAF may surprise you. Let's start by hearing from some of the people who work in engineering right now to learn about what they get up to day to day.
Hi, my name's Gemma and I am a Wing Commander in the Royal Air Force, where I'm currently employed as an engineering officer. As an engineering officer, I have specialised in aerosystems, so in the aircraft side of engineering. At the moment, my job is working on the Typhoon aircraft, which I love, and my role includes introducing new capability to the aircraft. Sometimes it's new weapons, new avionics and new sensors, so it's all quite exciting.
So my name's Corporal John Beckham and I'm an aircraft technician avionics. Basically, aircraft technician avionics, we fix the electrical side of the aircraft, so that comes from like the comms, the radio systems, to autopilots, the weapons systems, panels, radars, all sorts of the electronic side of things. So anything that uses an electrical system, we fix. If it's a moving part, it'll be the mechanical aircraft technicians that deal with that.
I'm Chief Tech Mark Long. I joined the Air Force in October 2000 as an aircraft technician for avionics. I went through training and learned how to facilitate the fixing of aircraft and all the software systems on aircraft. I've worked fixing the electronics on Jaguar aircraft, so all the different systems that are on Jaguar, from laser heads to inertial navigation systems. I've then moved into the world of electronic warfare and producing software for electronic warfare for aircraft platform safety.
It changes every day and I love that variety. Some days I can be looking at something new that we're going to put on the aircraft. Other days it's looking at something old and thinking, how can we change it and how can we improve it? So we'll be looking at documentation to assess if we've got enough evidence. We'll be speaking to the pilots to see what new things they want as well. So quite a lot of different things going on all at the same time.
It might feel scary to join such a huge organisation with so many new people to meet. Well, this is where all of our RAF personnel started out, and they have so many exciting stories to tell you. First, we're going to hear from Ryan, a communications electronics engineer who can tell you about life on an RAF base and what things he's learned about the force since he's joined.
My name's Ryan, and I'm a communication electronics engineer in the Royal Air Force. I studied aviation engineering with pilot studies. It's exactly the same as an aerospace degree, but we got to do our pilot's license at the same time. So specifically to my role now, I'm a staff officer. We're replacing all of the now obsolete equipment with smaller, more compact, more advanced communication equipment, and these are all going out, being deployed on exercises currently. RAF High Wycombe is quite different to most stations because this is where all the decisions in the Air Force are made. There you're experiencing a lot of the big decision makers, so you can see how they work, what they do, what their kind of goals are and how they achieve them. Common misconceptions that I initially had about, well, the military as a whole were that everything's going to be very regimented, you're going to be told where you're going, what you're going to be doing, you've got to cut your hair short. But then as soon as I joined up, all of these myths started to dissipate very quickly. The lack of flexibility as well is one of those things that I was quite worried about initially. Like, I'd miss Christmas, I'd miss birthdays. In reality, it's so easy. If I ever want to go somewhere for something, I just speak to my boss and then put my dates in my calendar. He hasn't not approved one yet. There's all these traditions, like you can either applaud or you can knock on the table. So it comes from back in the day, Lord Nelson, when he lost his arm. He wanted to make him feel better rather than applaud, and then tap on the table. The Air Force is rich with tradition. One of my favourite things is all the events on throughout the year. You'll have a summer ball, you'll have your Christmas draw, which is like another big ball, but it's all centred around a big raffle that's done. And this year we've had a flight in a Spitfire given out. It's definitely that identity that it gives you. It's also, you feel like you're a part of history. It's amazing, and I really, really love it. For me, work-life balance here is absolutely incredible. Compared to other jobs I've had in the past, it's almost like being back at university. Because there are so many young people in their 20s living together, there's a bar on site. Most of the time, I'll finish work, I'll go train, I'll go for dinner, then I'll go sit in the bar with a lot of my friends. I have a dog as well, so there's a little community that we've started here, which are for all the dog owners. We go walk our dogs together, we let them play. There's so many different clubs and organisations and things to do. You can even start flying. You can join the rugby teams, golf teams, all things like that. The things I know now compared to what I didn't know before when it comes to starting the RAF, well, there's actually an awful lot. When it comes to the flexibility, I can talk to my career manager, I can explain to them where I want to push my career. One of the big fields opening up now is in cyber. There are plenty of roles available in there, and if I wanted to, I can speak to my boss and say, look, this is the way I want to push my career. And they generally would really help you do that. Because if you're happy, you're going to be motivated, you're going to stay around longer, and you're going to have a motivated, happy workforce. So generally, everyone works for each other. Everyone wants everyone to be happy and to perform the best they can. When I was interested, I was scouring online forums, I was going through all of this, trying to find bits of information. I wish I just went straight to the careers office. The people in there know better than most people on the internet. People aren't really very well informed there. They might have had a little crack at it, or they might have had a bit of experience with a friend or something that went through. But I wish I went straight to the careers office. That was the best thing I did. They got me booked straight onto station visit. The big one I went to was Coningsby. I saw all the typhoons. I got to speak to the engineers there. They told me about the job. It took me from being completely in the dark about what this job was going to be and whether or not I wanted it, to being so well informed and having a good picture of what I was getting into. So I wish I did that from the beginning.
Being in the RAF can be like being in one big family. It's a huge opportunity to meet people from all over the globe and make friends for life. Let's meet some of our personnel and find out what inspired them to join up and how they took that first step to apply.
So my love of the Air Force started from a really young age. I was really lucky to go to Blackpool Airport where my dad was working and the Red Arrows were also showing. And I saw the aircraft perform, but it wasn't that really motivated me. It was seeing the team of people that were responsible for the aircraft. They were all working together for this common aim of getting the aircraft airborne and doing the spectacular displays.
In the area I grew up in, we had a lot of low-flying fast jets, and so I always knew that I wanted to join the Royal Air Force. And when I went to university, I joined the University Air Squadron, which was a very good path to joining up fully as a regular.
I have been in the Royal Air Force for 4 years now. I was going to go to university. However, when I got to college, I realised that path wasn't necessarily for me. I found it was still too rigid and I wanted to be a bit more free. I wanted to have the opportunity to be challenged every day and to travel, which is why I decided to join the RAF.
I joined the Royal Air Force to be a linguist because I've always had an interest in languages. I did French and Latin at school, and I also had a love of flying as well, so I thought, where can I fly and where can I be a linguist? So this job really jumped up to me.
I initially joined the RAF because I was working in an office. I just hated being in an office Monday to Friday, 9 till 5. I wanted something a bit more. I had two friends that were in the Air Force and they were having a great time.
I didn't want to be stuck in one environment, and I knew again that by nursing in the Air Force that I would be able to nurse in different environments and different locations, and variety was really key for me.
So in 2009 I decided to join the RAF. Whilst at a rugby tournament I met the Spitfire Sevens rugby team. Seeing them play rugby and doing that as part of their career is what kind of made me want to join up. That's the reason why I chose to become a military policeman, because being able to do sport and a lot of social activity in your job, it proves that it's not just a job, it's the lifestyle that comes with it as well.
I realised that there was this whole world of engineering out there, and engineering pieced together my favourite bits of science, my favourite bits of maths, and added a few new dimensions into it. This world of engineering, this world of sometimes take it apart, sometimes build it, design, work as a team, work by myself. That's what really generated my interest.
Have a think about what inspires you. What subjects do you enjoy? What kind of things are you good at? What do you love to do outside of school? You never know. You might just be our next generation of engineers. A team many of you will probably recognise are our official aerobatic display team, the Red Arrows. They are ambassadors of our organisation and travel the world to showcase the RAF's excellence. But did you know that there is a huge team of engineers and technicians working behind the scenes? The teamwork shown by our pilots in the air is reflected in the dedication and professionalism of our support staff on the ground. Here's a glimpse at their story.
The Red Arrows formed in '64, so we started displaying in 1965. We started off as a 7-ship display team, and then within 3 years, 68, it went to a 9-ship, and now we're into our 55th season. When we go overseas on a big tour like the North American tour, this is showcasing the best of British. So we are ambassadors, we're flying the flag for Great Britain.
Being in the Red Arrows sums up everything that is great about a full-service career, especially as a fast jet pilot. We get to fly these beautiful aircraft, and whilst they're getting on for about 30 years old, they handle like a little sports car. Trust is the one key word that binds the whole team together, be it the 9 pilots displaying on a day-to-day basis, the engineers here who are making these aircraft airworthy. Some of the unsung heroes of the team are the ones that don't even get seen. People like the dye team, who pump the smoke into the aircraft, and they've got such simple yet effective engineering methods, like listening for the smoke valves clattering inside the dye pod, filling it with the 5 minutes of white and the 1 minute of red and 1 minute of blue smoke that make up that iconic part of our display. Getting ready and preparing as a team is one of the most important parts of the display, about getting into that mission bubble, that sacrosanct period of time. It's a very well-defined period where we will all kit up together in the corridor, and then we all walk out together as a team, ready to start that choreographed display right on the second that I ask for the engines to start.
Good morning, we've got 9 aircraft requesting start. Red Arrow startup approved, runway 22 right hand, QFE 1009.
I use my voice as an inflection tool for the rest of the pilots. So sometimes I can quite smoothly and calmly tell them that I'm about to pull up, and on that pulling up command, they will go with me. But at other times, if the weather's poor, or if I need to turn quickly, the intonation and the inflection of my voice goes up. They know instantly, without even having to look, that they need to react much, much quicker. when you eventually leave the Red Arrows, which comes to us all, you spend the rest of your living days talking about the time that you were a Red Arrows pilot.
Being in the RAF is more than a job, it's a lifestyle. But you can still be your own self. Meet Rotimi. He's a flying officer in engineering and has an ordinary lifestyle alongside his extraordinary job.
My name is Rotimi. I'm a flying officer in the RAF. The military is just not what I thought it would have been initially. I thought it was a massive commitment, and if I join, then that's it. I don't have my life. But that's not true at all. It's not 24 hours of the day. You do get your own space, and you can be your own self. This is his own game. Knowing that I've got friends with the same sort of passion and ambition helps me. Just grinding with each other in difficult situations pulls us together. That's just the bond that you get in the RAF. People will go out their way to help you.
Solid effort, bro, solid effort.
There's a time for everything. I'm free, I get my weekends.
Man, like.
I know Stephen through primary school, and we've been friends ever since. Very loyal, he's just humble. Elton went to the same secondary school as me, the same college. He played at the same basketball club. Known him for quite a while. He's a good friend.
Comfortable?
You're gonna always run into hurdles, barriers. You can't run away from it because sometimes that can be the only gate through. I've been through situations where I've been way out my depth, but I figured that I could just step up and get past those barriers. Remember, like, trainers used to hang on these.
How did he get those down? Yeah.
I just love traveling. I'd hope to get deployed abroad. When you travel, it breaks prejudices, because then you understand about other people's culture and you start to realize what they're about. About 3.5, 4 years?
Yeah, coming up to 4 years. Yeah, I've pretty much seen him more than I thought I would. Whenever he has a free weekend, I go up to see him or he drives down to see me. He's always been ambitious, but I guess the RAF has made him more ambitious.
I just find planes fascinating, the way they're designed. There's no other job where we can be exposed to this sort of technology. It makes me feel proud. We love our basketball. I'm in the senior men's team. I've still got a few seasons left. I'm now on my second phase of training in aero systems engineering.
Why don't we get out of here?
Confidence, belief, resilience. The RAF has really expanded that for me. It's just made me feel like I can do things that I never thought I could.
Hey, ready?
You can join the RAF in many different ways, from speaking to a recruiter at an Armed Forces career office to going on our website. Or you might like the idea of applying for an RAF apprenticeship, a great way for you to learn new skills whilst being paid and get your foot in the door. Let's hear from our personnel about the qualifications you need, the apprenticeship opportunities available, and what other benefits are involved.
The Royal Air Force does offer apprenticeships for those individuals who are leaving full-time education at the age of 16. It does depend on what role that you take on as to what qualifications the apprenticeship offers.
When you join up or apply for an apprenticeship, you have the opportunity to undertake an MVQ, a level 3 qualification. That was a stepping stone really for me to then progress on to complete a degree.
The RAF offers apprenticeships with pretty much every ground role that you can apply for. As a logistics supplier, I did a MVQ level 2 in supply chain warehousing operative, and I also went on to do a level 3 as well.
When you join the Air Force as an avionics technician, it is a level 3 apprenticeship in aeronautical engineering. Once you have finished your technician course at Cosford, you then go on to do your on-the-job training, where you have to do your trainability test to get signed off, and then that will give you your full level 3 qualification.
So previously when I went through training, it was a level 2 aviation operations on the ground apprenticeship, but now they've just brought in a level 3 firefighter operations apprenticeship, which is now civilian recognised as well.
So most of the job roles we have in the RAF as a non-commissioned role, so ground trade, is an apprenticeship training role. With this, you'll complete your 10 weeks basic training at RAF Halton, and then you continue on to your phase 2, your technical training. And while you're there, you'll get a level 2 or level 3 MBQ in your chosen subject.
For anyone wanting to join the RAF, there are certain requirements that they would have to meet, whether this is fitness, GCSE results, but all this could be found if you speak to your career office or if you go on the Royal Air Force website.
Some roles in the RAF, you could be offered sponsorship or bursaries to university. These are mainly based around your engineering and technical roles and the medical roles in the RAF. With these, you have to be going to a university that's attached to a university air squadron. It's a bit like air cadets, but a bit more advanced. You'll be able to hone your more personal qualities and have a better understanding of what life as an officer in the RAF could be in the future.
I think the best thing about doing my apprenticeship with the Royal Air Force was getting paid whilst completing it. There was also many benefits like free dental care, on-station medical care, and also living on camp for reduced rates.
My top tips for anyone going through recruitment is take the advice of the recruiter. So if we send you a link of a video to watch it. Don't just put it on in the background while this morning's playing. If we give you paperwork to fill it in and send it back in good time. So listen to your recruiter. They are there to guide you. They're there to do their job, and they will help you through the process as much as they can.
Join the Royal Air Force and you'll get much more than just a job. You'll have opportunities that no other employer can hope to match. From flying in the back of a Chinook helicopter to skiing overseas or serving food for the Queen, life in the RAF is a unique experience. The Royal Air Force provides countless unique opportunities for young people, allowing you to have the perfect work-life balance. Beyond work, you'll have the opportunity to travel the world. Participate in a variety of sport or get support to further your education. No 2 days will be the same. The RAF is what you make it.
Working in such a big organisation is great because you see all these different trades and people coming together, working towards the same goal. And then at the same time, the Air Force is actually quite small, so you'll see someone in basic training and become friends with them. And then 3 years later, you'll meet them on a tiny island in the Atlantic, and then 3 years later, you'll see them in the mess. And it's a big organisation. It is a tight-knit family.
Everyone says camaraderie is great in the Air Force, and it genuinely is. You enter and you think, oh, maybe not so much, maybe everyone just gets on with their job. But the friends I've made since joining up are incredible. You don't speak for years, then you meet each other in a bar somewhere, and it's like you've never left.
For me, the best thing in the Royal Air Force is to travel, and the people you meet a right cross-section of people with fascinating stories. You will travel in the Royal Air Force. It's what we do, we fly.
Countries I've been to range from the north of Norway, up in the Arctic Circle, all the way down to Central America, across to most of Europe, Africa. So I've seen quite a lot of the continents and a lot of the countries.
One of the perks is that you can undertake adventurous training, which doesn't count as your annual leave, so you are on duty while you're doing it. I've had the opportunity while I've been into kayak in Sweden, as well as climbing in Italy and skiing in France. So there are lots of opportunities available to everybody.
So job security in the military is very good. You are offered when you first join the Air Force a 12-year engagement, which means the Air Force is saying to you, you have a job for 12 years. I don't think any other company other than the military can guarantee a job.
To anyone that's considering joining the RAF, I could not recommend it highly enough. It's lived up to my expectations. The opportunities out there are endless, and that might sound like a cliche, but they really are. There's opportunities to do anything that you want to do. You will require a proactive approach. Not all of the opportunities will come to you. You will have to go and find them, work for them. but they are out there.
I was really lucky in that I got to fly in the back of a Typhoon aircraft, which is one of the aircraft that my team of technicians had been working on. Just to be in a Typhoon, to be airborne, to be seeing what that aircraft can do and the technology that goes into it, it was pretty exciting.
But get out there, just find out what's out there, because it won't come to you. And the more you find out, the more exciting your career will be.
Among the countless opportunities to travel and compete in sports, there's one team in the RAF you might not have heard about. They use skill and reaction time in Rocket League and put their teamwork to the test in Fortnite. Meet the RAF esports team. Join them and you could be playing whilst on duty, taking part in gaming events across the globe. And if you've got the skills to be a gamer, you're probably closer to an engineer than you think.
The advantages of gaming in the RAF, reaction times, doing your tactics, teamwork,
computer technical expertise as well. A lot of our trades in the RAF work with computers.
Everyone coming in now has already got the skill sets for the stuff that we use, the experience and the more knowledge really of the now technology.
Good for your coordination, it kind of keeps you going. A lot of situational awareness, especially in what I play. There's a lot of things going on, so you need to know when to do what you need to do.
Quite surprising, just from playing games such as Overwatch, how stressful a situation that can be where you're leading a team of 6, and the communication is a key vital part of that. Handling high stress situations and just developing leadership from there.
It's all the same in the Air Force, so you've got your screens, you've got your buttons in front of you, radar, it's pretty much all similar skills you're using.
I'd say the thing I enjoy the most about my role is the feeling of being part of something bigger than yourself, having an identity and being part of a large family. It's an extremely rewarding walk of life to be part of.
I would say the Air Force has given me a much more exciting life than I might have had I not joined up.
So to sum up my career in 3 words would be to call it challenging.
Excitement, the excitement of going to all these different places.
It's been exciting and it's been hugely rewarding.
Enjoyment. I've had a fantastic time. The people you meet from different countries, different backgrounds, has been second to none.
Motivational and inspirational.
And money, it's quite a well-paid job.
As you can see, there is so much more to the RAF than you might have realised. And engineering in the RAF is more than a career. It's a lifestyle. Not only will you be part of the team that keeps the RAF flying, but you will make unforgettable memories along the way. Engineers make it happen, and the RAF is what you make of it. Search RAF recruitment to find your force.
There we go. Welcome back to WorldSkills UK Live online Spotlight Talks with BAE Systems. Thanks so much to the RAF for that. Now, before we went into the RAF, I asked for you guys to send in pictures of your shoe towers. Yeah, and we've actually had one. I can't believe it. I didn't think we'd get any. But let's check out this incredible... Now, look at that shoe tower. That is a stunning, I mean, it's a piece of art as well as an important structural masterpiece. There's a lot of shoes involved in that. I mean, you've got some football boots at the bottom. I guess those studs will have provided some extra stability. That is definitely a better shoe tower than the one that we created backstage ourselves. So congratulations. That was sent in by Charlotte. So well done for that. Yeah, really impressive. If anyone can beat that, just go and do it. I'm sure we've got some shoes in the house. Just build a shoe tower and send it in. Okay, right, we've got another session now. This time, we are going to be hearing from Dose of Society. Now, Dose of Society are a socially powered video platform for fresh, unheard voices with a mission to share amazing stories from real people. Okay, we've got a VT from them right now.
Hey everyone, welcome to our chat. Hope all is well. My name's Ahmed Fade. This is my good friend, my business partner. I'll let you introduce yourself, actually.
Yes, me Latte, co-founder of Dose of Society.
And yes, Ahmed Fade, also co-founder of Dose of Society. So we're going to share our screen and show a bit of our presentation and tells you more who we are, what we've done, and potentially how this can inspire you. Perfect. Can you see the screen?
I can indeed.
So yes, welcome to our chat, everyone. Again, we are the co-founders of Dose of Society, and we are a socially powered platform on a mission to change the media landscape. So we create original content that gets under the skin of the generation, hungry for something better. So how did this all start? Behind the camera. So yes, again, this journey kind of started on October 2017, where I decided to pick up a camera and share the thoughts of and opinions of young people in London. Got excited, told my good friend Nee about it. And from there, we just, came together and built a platform, a global media platform that, has changed our lives for the better, and hopefully has changed other people's lives also for the better. And prior to that, I was actually an economics student, so I went to university, studied economics. So that economics skill, birthed, that business hunger within myself. And yes, it's been an amazing journey so far. Nee?
Yeah, so I'm currently 26 years of age, and I come from a journalism background. So I studied journalism at Nottingham Trent University, and I always had a passion for sharing stories and creating content for purpose. And when Ahmed approached me regarding a Dose of Society, that's when the idea sprung to mind, and sort of that excitement, that whole idea of essentially telling stories from real people. And that's when we went on the streets, and from now, sharing stories on the streets has now become a global business where we're getting essentially people from around the world sharing stories to us. And, it's just been an amazing journey from sharing stories from London to around the world. So yeah, excited to share the journey more.
So here's a bit of a video that explains and shows our work.
Wow, there's a question.
What, do I have to?
My dad says that. Oh God.
Butt implants.
Skinny models. As a female, I definitely think social media has affected me.
You think it's gonna bag you a rapper? Honey, you better get your life.
Do I feel like veganism is a hype?
It's almost hipster to be a vegan right now.
I'm searching for something that lies beyond greatness, innit? And I ain't gonna get that from eating no meat.
Meat is the way, chicken is the way.
Are you going to give me the heads up first of all so I can know what the questions are?
I've suffered on and off with depression.
Kind of feel like you have to fend for yourself. Men cry too.
I guess it sort of just comes out.
Sometimes I can't really hold back the pain or the tears.
Sometimes your emotions do get the better of you.
Yo, shout out Dose of Society.
Shout out Dose of Society. J us, Assala.
Yo, Dose Society, it's Gary B.
Hello, Dose of Society. Mwah.
Hey, what's up? It's Gary Owen. I'm on Dose of Society.
So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. That was a bit about what we've been able to create over the past, 3 to 4 years. So far, we have over 100,000 followers across our social media platforms. We've surpassed, 40 million views and, 500,000 plus on engagements, i.e. comments, likes. And 70% of our audience from the UK, Asia, and, we have a growing presence in Asia and Africa. So again, we've managed to build a really, a global media business.
And over the past 4 years, we've managed to collaborate with amazing companies, as you can see here. So as you can see from Snapchat, we were actually fortunate enough to receive investment from them to essentially turn a passion project into a full-time business now. So we're actually working full-time with Dose Society, which has been amazing. We've also managed to collaborate and do some content partnership with the likes of Revolt TV, Havas Media, Princess Diana Awards, Facebook, you name it. And it's just been an amazing journey so far.
100%. And yeah, across the past 4 years, we've managed to meet, amazing people. So on the far left, myself and you, we've managed to meet the CEO of Snapchat, who actually invested into us. So that was an amazing, experience. Had the amazing opportunity to speak at, Harvard University in Boston in America. Participate in with Facebook incubators, Snapchat. In LA, as you can see me looking nice and, sun-kissed.
We try.
In, Los Angeles, California, Revolt TV, who's owned by, P. Diddy. And also Gary Vaynerchuk is a serial entrepreneur, just amazing business person. And these are the amazing people who kind of, been able to kind of partner with and, get experience and advice off over the past 3-4 years. And also, do you want to talk a bit about our community?
Yeah, so our community, we've built a global community of followers that share and create content, and we share that on our digital media platform. And so far, as you can see, we have 100 creators in 60 and 70 plus different countries. And yeah, they essentially share stories to us, and we'll distribute that out on our social media platforms.
So yeah, thank you for listening to our stories and how we kind of created, those societies. So we've got a few quick takeaways for what we learned over the past 3-4 years before we go into this Q&A session. So my first one is doing multiple stuff, learn. At this young age, it's so important to be doing, various stuff. It's amazing, when I was in, secondary school and, college, I was always, of course, learning, your maths, your English was very important, but also it's important to do stuff outside of, the normal education system, because you just learn and soak up so much information that's going to benefit you in your 20s, 100%. And that's probably one of the biggest advice I would give to everyone here today. Honestly, what you do outside of your normal 9 to 3, 9 to 4, or 9 to 5 is going to benefit you in the long run, because you're going to have that competitive advantage over most students. Because most students tend to, go home and whether it's just chill out, play games, it's all well and good. Still have your time to, of course, have fun. But please, it's so important to just, whether it's learning how to create videos, learn how to edit, music, whatever it is, whatever you're passionate about, please follow your passions, because it will pay off in the long run. Also, keep in the mindset that you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. When you pursue passions, a dream, a passion project, a side hustle, or business, you have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Everything's at your feet. We're in the 21st century, UK, we have everything here. You have so much to gain, nothing to lose. And last but not least, it's going to be okay. Going on to your journey, you're going to receive some criticism, haters, people laughing at you, but please understand it's going to be okay. That's part of the journey. That's part of the process. We have to be bigger than them, and you are bigger than them. And, always understand that, going through this amazing journey is going to change your life, and it's going to be okay. So try not to be stressed out, ignore the naysayers, the haters, the people that say no, and please follow your dreams.
Yeah, a few key takeaways from myself. One of the things that I really learned just through the whole process of building a business and building brands is the whole idea of purpose over profit. And what I mean by that is you have to really identify your why. Knowing your why is so important before starting a business. And if you don't have that why, there's no foundational element that would allow you to sustain all the things above your business. So knowing your why will allow you to, one, excel in everything that you're doing, and two, allow you to identify the key areas in how to excel. So really identify your why when you're creating a business. Why do you want to pursue this? How is this going to benefit society? How is this going to benefit myself? Think about all those key things when starting your business. And also during that process, I've learned that you have to seize the moment. Seize every moment and seize every opportunity that you get. There's going to be times where, you feel a bit scared, you feel a bit shy to approach people. And failure is inevitable. You're always going to get no's, but there's always going to be that person that will say yes. There's always going to be that person that will say yes. So by doing that, it's about adapting that nature and the attitude of going and trying. trying your best, trying every time to seize that moment, Do not shy away from those no's, because failure is inevitable. No is inevitable, but that yes will come and will eventually come, and you will seize that moment. And leading on to that swiftly is your future waits your consistency. By doing that, you have to be consistent in doing that. Like Ahmed and I, we were very consistent in building Dose of Society. It was 3 to 4 years that we've been doing this. We've encountered so many no's. We've encountered so many, we've encountered so many that has, just failures in general. So essentially, you have to be consistent in that. Be consistent and allow yourself to identify, the vision that you've set, and you'll be able to achieve your dreams.
Amazing. Perfect. So yes, here's our details. If you have any other questions, I know we're going to go to a Q&A shortly, but please reach us out on our Instagrams. Here's our emails. If you have any questions, any thoughts, if you need any advice, please, we are accessible and here to help. So thank you so much for listening. We look forward to hearing all your questions.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
There we go. That was great from Dose of Society. And I was already waiting for them to appear, because we do have them on a live link up. Ahmed and Nee. Here they are. All right, lads, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Very good, thank you.
Good. Thanks so much for telling us a bit about Dose of Society. It's definitely connected with people, because we've had loads of people coming in with questions already. So let's dive straight into them. I mean, first thing from AJ. So you said that, Dose of Society is all about finding unique, real stories to tell. How do you go about finding those stories, and how do you go about finding those unique perspectives that they're coming from? It must be quite a challenge.
Yeah, definitely. So initially, we do vox pops. So we hit out the streets of London or Leeds or Manchester, wherever we are in the UK. We approach interesting people. Depending on what they say, anything that we feel like could be valuable, we upload it. But now we've to this new world, we've managed to create a community around the world. So we have over 100 plus people within our community from 97 different countries. So it's people who are passionate about, inspiring and changing the world and leaving their mark. So we have a WhatsApp group chat now. We do Zooms every couple of weeks. So it's really connecting young people from all around the globe, not just in the UK now. So it was tough at first, but in this new world, creating a community has really benefit us in many ways.
That's amazing. It's amazing that you've got WhatsApp groups and stuff as well. It's just, there's so many ways to connect with people. I guess it's one of the things, if we're trying to look for positives from the whole pandemic, realizing that we can do these, video calls and we can connect with people so easily all over the world has been pretty useful. It's great to know that you guys have been capitalizing on that. But I've got a question from Charlie. How did you make those first steps into taking what you do international, Nee?
Yeah, so essentially, as Alma was saying, we were initially going out and doing vox pops. And with that, with the global audience that we've managed to essentially attract through our Instagram, a lot of the people were saying and were essentially saying that they want to create videos from their areas, from their local towns and cities. And from that, a lot of people then started to send their videos from Turkey, from Lebanon, from France, from Spain, you name it. And it started to build sort of an attraction where we then decided to take this on a global scale rather than just coming from the streets of London. We wanted to take this on the international basis because, we initially started off with vox pops and street interviews and, getting the thoughts of people on the streets from, issues and topics that a lot of people are interested about and essentially care about. But a lot of people really care about all these topics on a global scale. So when, reaching and approaching these people, a lot of them decided to create videos for us. And through that, we managed to build a global community, which has been amazing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I guess that just shows that, so many of these issues, it doesn't matter where you're from, what your background is, everybody's affected by the same things, and you get those different perspectives. Got a good question here from Ayan, saying, what are some of the best interviews that you've done, and what are some of the most inspiring stories that you guys have heard throughout your journey?
I think one of the most interesting ones we did on the streets was definitely at a climate change protest in London. Just seeing so many young people from ages, honestly, 10 to 18, just on the streets, kind of, voicing their expression and frustration with what's happening around climate change, not just in the UK, on an international scale. And I think that really gave me kind of shivers and goosebumps, but in a good way, of hope that, young people are, leading a charge, and young people are passionate about, voicing their opinions. And that was truly inspirational. Also, most recently, we did something out in LA, in America, Los Angeles, California, where we got time to spend in an area called Skid Row. And people who don't know what Skid Row is they call it the homeless capital of America. We were able to, stay there for, the whole day, and speaking to people, the homeless people, and how this is honestly a pandemic in America. The homeless crisis, specifically in the West Coast, is terrible. But being able to, spend time with them and, learn from stories has honestly changed our outlook on life completely.
Yeah, that must have been amazing. So why do you think, now is the time for a platform like yours? Was there any specific thing that triggered you to start it in the first place? Like, that made you think, actually, you know what, the world needs this, Nee?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're so overserved with content, misinformed by, social commentators. And for me, working, coming from a journalism background, you're so used to seeing, news that essentially is so negative and is so polarizing. And for us, we wanted to essentially reach out to people, from real people with real stories, and essentially gather their thoughts on what's currently happening. Because as I said, working within the news organization, you don't necessarily hear voices from the ground who are actually experiencing it. You always hear it from the correspondent, or you always hear it from the news anchor. But we're saying that we have all these people within our global community, and the people that are actually affected by it, they can share their stories rather than it being a correspondent or a news anchor. We need to essentially share those stories and allow people to see how people are affected by these stories. And the thing is, a lot of people don't know what's happening within different countries, so we're essentially building a community and a platform where people can actually see the authenticity of what is happening in all these countries.
Is it also an issue around positivity? Because it feels like, so what you guys are doing is sort of outside of, I guess, the traditional mainstream media, but when people think of that, they often think of the more negative side, people telling more negative stories. Is positivity an important thing in what you do?
Has to be. Again, where the news, what Nee was talking about, news outlets today, modern day media tends to tell, the negative side of stories, whether it's, this in this country or this crime here. But getting positive stories from young people is so important, because I feel like today's, social media can be so toxic, it can be, so negative. So we need a break from that. And yes, we do, of course, tell positive stories, because it's important. People need to learn and understand other people's stories, specifically, the positives, rather than, just specifically negative. So, yeah.
I've got one more question for you. Well, there's actually loads more than that, but all we've got time for. And on that kind of topic of positivity, from Laura, at any point were you tempted to give up? And then what stopped you from giving up?
110%. There's been times of self-doubt. There's been times of just setbacks, and that has essentially led me to think, should I give up? But it's inevitable. It's all part of human nature. It is all part of human nature. But one thing that kept me going is the long-term vision, and the long-term vision is what enables me to essentially see the full benefits of what I can gain within the future. So whatever sort of passion that you have, whatever you want to achieve in life, just think about the long-term goal. How do you want to get there? because as I was saying previously in the video, you know, failure is inevitable. You know, there's going to be times where you're going to encounter no's, but as you keep on going, there is going to be that person that will say yes. You know, there's going to be a time where that door will eventually open. So it's a matter of being consistent and just keep on going.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Definitely. Wise words. Listen, guys, thank you so much for joining us and sharing a bit about what Dose of Society do. How can people get involved? How can people that are watching now get involved in your community?
Check out our Instagram, Dose of Society, DOSE of Society. Drop us a DM. And yeah, if you want to get involved, we'll love to have you.
Amazing. That's brilliant. Listen, thank you again, guys. It's been brilliant, and you're truly inspiring. Keep up the good work. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
At home, if you're watching, give a round of applause for Dose of Society, because what those guys are doing is amazing. Right, we're going to take a very quick break now. I'm talking 2 minutes. Grab yourself a cup of tea, because we've got more good stuff coming up. We've got some poetry, and we've got some more amazing talks. So don't go anywhere.
The National Careers Service provides high-quality, free and impartial information, advice and guidance to help citizens make decisions on learning, training and work. It is available to all adults in England over the age of 13. Our universal service is primarily for citizens who need somewhere to go that can provide comprehensive careers information, advice or guidance for themselves. Additional users of our service are people who use it to support others. This includes professional careers advisors and intermediaries, such as employers, teachers, and parents. Our service is designed to enable users to self-serve as much as possible. However, some of our users need more intensive support. For self-servers, our intuitive digital tools and smart use of data enable them to get a personalised service. Professional careers advisors will help provide users with additional advice and guidance specific to their personal circumstances. If you want any more information about the National Careers Service, please get in touch.
Check it out, yeah. What y'all wanna do? Don't you know we always coming through? Me and my crew, we'll make you say fire up! Say fire!
Thousands of government-funded apprenticeships are available right now. Fire up your career at apprenticeships.gov.uk.
Go get your future. T-Levels, the qualification designed with leading employers. Step into health and science, education and childcare, digital and IT, construction and design. Find your T-Level, the post-GCSE qualification that helps you take it to the next level. Start your T-Level at tlevels.gov.uk.
Welcome back to WorldSkills UK Live Online Spotlight Talks with BAE Systems. Thanks again to Dose of Society. Definitely check them out on social media. The whole idea of what they do is building this amazing community, so there's always opportunities to be part of that. Now, one thing I wanted to mention, obviously, hopefully we've shown that today through some of the talks that we've been having and some of the focuses, but WorldSkills UK are passionate about diversity and inclusion in the workplace. It's so important to champion that, and it's so important that everybody out there, everybody watching, all of you have equal opportunities to succeed in whatever career path you want to go into, and technical apprentices and those sorts of courses are a great way of doing that. Now we have, in honour of that, we have our special Diversity and Inclusion Heroes Award in association with Coca-Cola. The deadline for entering that award is the 11th of December this year, and then the awards are going to be given out next year. So check out through the worldskillsuk.org website. Find out more about that. If you're an employer or you're an apprentice, it could be really relevant to you. So get involved in it. It's really, really important. Okay, we've got another session for you, and this is going to be a fun one. We have got, coming up next, the dyslexic poet, Sam Rapp. So Sam's going to be talking about her inspirational journey whilst also celebrating her diversity and explaining why resilience is so important. The dyslexic poet, Sam Rapp, take it away.
my name's Nikita. I'm a skills champion and alumni member with WorldSkills UK, and I also work alongside our international teams as a coach. Now, there are many young people out there who suffer barriers to learning. Everyone's been there at some stage during their academia, whether they admit it or not. Now, our next interviewee has a trait that I personally relate to, which is dyslexia. Now, 1 in 5 people have dyslexia, with only 3% seeing dyslexia as an advantage. But what about the other 97%? Well, they're 100% wrong. Why, you may ask? Well, if you think of all our famous, not to mention geniuses, that has graced the world as we know it, basically like Steve Jobs, Steven Spielberg, Richard Branson, Tom Cruise, and Jamie Oliver, just to mention a few. And over 40% of self-made millionaires are also dyslexic. Now, I know it's not a barrier, but do you know? Now, today we have Sam Rapp with us, lovingly known as the dyslexic poet. She is living proof of this statement. She's won awards for poetry, plays, and books, and I'm absolutely delighted that she's able to join us today. So, hello, Sam. Nice to see you. I'm really glad you can join us. How are you?
Hello, it's really lovely and honoured to be invited, and I'm well, thank you, despite all the nastiness of COVID.
I'm glad to hear. Would you mind telling us a wee bit about yourself?
I'm a writer, I'm a poet and playwright. I'm also a part-time lawyer, and I'm dyslexic, which affects reading and writing and spelling and sequencing. There's a long list. I'm also dyspraxic, which affects your motor functions and coordination. So I really do get confused with my left and right. And I'm also dyscalculia, which affects my maths ability. So I don't actually know my times tables. So lucky me, I have all three. So I've won awards for my writing, and as I said, I'm a part-time lawyer as well. So there's no barrier to achievement, and I want to get that message across today.
I think that's amazing, and I think it's really important for our young people out there to see that there's literally nothing going to hold them back from what they want to do. I know myself with having the dyslexia, the only barrier that I have is holding myself back. There's no other reason for holding yourself back. So honestly, it's amazing the achievements that you've got to this point. Can you tell me a wee bit about when you first discovered your dyslexia and the impact that it had on you?
When I was 7, I struggled. I'm actually a twin, so my sister is probably also neurodiverse, but she's never been confirmed as such. But I found a note from my mother that said, Sam is definitely dyslexic. And I've always struggled with reading and writing, although I love reading, I love literature and books and all the rest of it. And I love stories, and stories were always in my head. But I've struggled at academic subjects, because I just couldn't get the reading and writing and the spelling correct. So when I was 7, I had a really good time at primary school. Things were very good with the headmaster, although we were always naughty. A lot of neurodiverse people, their behaviour is challenged because that's how they can react to some of the circumstances. When I went to secondary school, things changed, and all through this period, I'd never been diagnosed. So I went to secondary school, and I was told I was stupid, I was lazy, and I wouldn't amount to anything because I couldn't read and write very well. And I used to be humiliated in the class by my spelling tests. I can laugh at it now, but it was quite a difficult time at the time when you're a teenager in those informative years. It's really important to be accepted and be liked. And I struggled. And I didn't struggle with my peers. It was with the educational establishment that was the difficulty. So at 15, I left school with no qualifications. My parents had divorced. There was some issues there. And I really struggled. So I still wasn't diagnosed. I was told that I was too stupid to enter an exam. And I just believed that because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I knew that there was something not right. I just didn't know the word for it. I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until I was an adult that I was actually diagnosed. But up until that point, at 18, I was homeless. met a man just who looked very scruffy, and he turned out to be a professor at the University of Sussex, and he mentored me. I passed GCSEs, I passed A-levels, I created writing and law, and I qualified as a lawyer, but I'd always had writing in my head, and I did my first performance at Brighton Fringe Festival when I was 18. And it wasn't until I was having difficulties in my professional life that I discovered that I needed to be diagnosed. And that's when I got the diagnosis. Once I had the diagnosis, the impact of that was emotional, because I knew after all those years of people telling me how useless I was and that I wouldn't be anything or be able to do anything because I was stupid, I had the answer. So that was the impact for me. I had the answer. I knew that I could work with it and make it positive and not negative.
And I think that's really important. And I suppose there's that many young people who do slip through the gaps, who aren't diagnosed until later in life. I know I was, I think it was 20, 21 before I was actually diagnosed. And it's literally like a light bulb that goes on. Like, this makes so much sense. I now understand why I struggled with what I struggled with. And I now understand actually it's not a barrier. This is just something that I'm going to live with and learn to use and, use it to my advantage. So again, absolutely amazing. And I'm so glad that you really did, persevere with everything and you've got to where you are now. And I suppose what I'd like to know as well is what encouraged you to write and continue with that passion for writing, and what gave you the confidence to just push yourself and put yourself out there?
I suppose it was just the fact that I've always had stories in my head. I just couldn't articulate them well and put them onto paper because my writing looks like spaghetti. I struggled, but I sometimes used a dictaphone and put things onto a disc or some sort of mechanical device that would record, and I found that helped. And I think what encouraged me was my mother. Really, she'd always been in entertainment. She was a singer and a dancer, and she used to write poetry. And I used to think, oh, that's great. You're actually doing that, and I've got all these stories, and I want to continue writing, because I'd always kept a diary. And I'd always wrote, even at school when I didn't understand the maths lesson, I'd write a story instead and stare out the window, and then the story would become a poem, or the poem would become a play, or there'd be some intrigue going on with the maths lesson. And I suppose it was just to get the encouragement. When I performed at the Brighton Fringe Festival when I was 18 for the first time, I wasn't expected to perform, but there was a group of people and they just said, we need somebody to read some poetry. And funnily enough, I'd written quite a bit of poetry at that point. So I thought, okay, well, I'll go and perform then. So off I went and I did it, and people were clapping for me after my poetry. And I thought, oh, there must be a mistake. Why are they clapping for me? And they were clapping for me, and they came up to me and said how much they enjoyed my performance and my writing. Amazing. And that's what gave me the incentive to write more. And I realised that there were people out there who were positive and not the negative experiences I'd had. But it takes a long time when you're told for most of your life you're useless. So it took a long time. And just from those people clapping, I had that encouragement to succeed in it, and I wanted to do it. That's what I wanted to do. And I continued to write from there on in and do as many performances as possible.
Just to sort of go back over when you were in school, when you were in sort of primary school to secondary school, how did you find the transition?
I found it quite difficult because I've been told that the secondary school was going to be quite rough because it was had a bit of a reputation. So I thought, I'm not sure if I want to go there, because primary school had been fun, really. Although I struggled with, the reading and the writing and the maths, and really struggled with it, and was always at the headmaster's office. But he has such a way with children that it didn't feel like you were being told off. You were just having a conversation, and he was asking how he could help. And I learnt a lot at the primary school. I learnt a language. I learnt how to look at things in learning differently and making friends and socialising. And when I went to secondary school, I lost the language because it was a different way of being taught. And I struggled with that because I didn't have that consistency. So the transition, I suppose, was quite difficult. Plus, there was none of my friends from primary school went to the secondary school I went to. So we had to, in effect, make new friends, which was okay. We made some lovely friends. It's always nice when you're that age and you always make friends. But I did struggle with being in this class that just didn't seem to help with any disability or neurodiverse. Obviously, as I said, I wasn't diagnosed at that stage, but I must have realised there was something not quite there because my reading and writing age.
So, Sam, just to sort of hone in on when you left school. So you left school at 15 with no qualifications. Unfortunately, there still is a lot of young people out there that this is still happening to. How did you overcome that negativity and how did you turn that round into something positive for yourself?
It's really important to look at the positives because when I was 15 and had that experience of just not being good enough according to the educational establishments, not being good enough to even be considered to be entered into any exams, I felt that I was just negative for the majority of my life. And when I was 18, I thought, is this it? Because I'm struggling to get a job. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just want to write. I joined a writers group and all the rest of it. And my dream job was actually a journalist. And I thought, I'll try and apply to be a journalist. And of course, my spelling, my grammar was absolutely useless. So I didn't even get a look in. I didn't even get a hello. So I decided that I would go and try and get a job because I was also unemployed at the time. And as I said, I was homeless, so I was struggling. I went to this job interview like in a small supermarket. It was one of those boutique posh ones. And I just was told in the interview, because my application was so appalling when you have to do various tests, that I wouldn't amount to anything, wouldn't amount to much is the exact words this person used. And I thought, is that it? That's my life, that's it, done. And I thought, no, it's not. And from that moment on, I turned the negatives into the positives. And when I met that person who assisted me and got me through the exams, and I started to meet people who were positive and not negative. So if you want to be a journalist, be an actor, I don't know, run on space, go to the moon, you can do whatever you want to do and don't let anybody put you down or say you can't. The thing is to say, how can I do it? I can do it. And when I saw that change with the mentor, I was lucky that I met a mentor, because otherwise I think I would have probably not managed to secure much in my life, because I just didn't feel that I was capable of doing anything because of what I was told. And when I realised that the positives of actually living your dream and doing that performance and actually doing what you want to do, that's when it changed. And that's when I started to perform as the dyslexic poet to raise awareness about dyslexia, neurodiversity and hidden disabilities. It doesn't matter where you come from, what socioeconomic status you have, what disability you have, you can do what you want to do. So if you want to go and run a marathon on the moon, go and do it.
Absolutely amazing advice. I'm so glad I got you today. It's been great. And I quite love that you're so open about your journey as well. Do you have any strategies or top tips that you would actually recommend for our listeners today? So maybe there's a young person out there who is sort of at that point where, maybe their school hasn't encouraged them, maybe they haven't had the support that they needed. Have you any top tips for them?
Yeah, live your dreams and do what you want to do. And if your school or your university or your college haven't got the facilities in place to assist you, there's lots of other charitable organisations out there who have all the knowledge and the assistance to support you in your dreams. And there's so much out there for young people, applying to TV, applying to various colleges and universities for help. Lots of people who will listen. It's just looking for those people, disabled networks, lots of different charities. So if you want to be a pilot, or you want to be, I don't know, a computer software engineer, I just throw anything out here, or you want to be a lawyer and you think, oh no, I can't do that. I can't do that. And I've had young people come up to me after I've done performances or I've done presentations, and they've said, or their parents have said, oh, my daughter doesn't feel that she can achieve this, that's for someone else. Or my son feels that he's stupid because he's been told that. And I stopped them there in their tracks, and I said, no, that is not the way to be. If you want to get a diagnosis, I was kind of forced to because of professional difficulties. But if you want to get a diagnosis and you'll have the answer. But you should do what you want to do. And that's when I focused. And I suppose my strategy for that was to go and grab it. Don't just look inside the school, look outside the school. What other schools have got other programs? So, for example, if there's a creative writing workshop that you want to do and your school or university don't do that, go somewhere else. Look outside the box, think outside the box. And as dyslexics, we are extremely creative and we bring so much more to an employer, a working environment, that most people who aren't neurodiverse, because we think outside the box. If we don't know the answer, we'll go and find it. And that's the strategy. Look into yourself, be positive, and live your dreams. Don't take no for an answer, because you can succeed.
I couldn't have worded it better myself. Honestly, amazing advice from an amazing person. And I'm so glad you were able to join us today for that. So just to sort of finish off, have you any projects coming up, anything that you're involved with at the minute?
Oh gosh, yes, I've got quite a lot actually. I do a lot of presentations at various organisations, so and poetry readings. I just read a poem for Armistice Day, and I'm doing the big project I've got coming up at the moment is Get Writing for the NHS, to support our NHS in these difficult times. It's been highlighted in the local media and on local radio, and it's to just get people to submit. So if any budding writers out there want to submit, please do. All ages, it's not age defined, it's all ages, and it doesn't matter whether you can write an X or you can write a sentence. Just write what's in your mind and in your what you feel. So Get Writing for the NHS was going to be later this year, and it was going to be launched with in my local area. The CEO of the hospital was going to come down and support it, and all the profits from the book, it's an anthology of poetry and short stories, so all the profits from the book were going to go to the NHS. I'm not sure if I'm going to meet Sir Captain Tom, I should say, but it's a start. And even if we raise a few £100, it's really in homage to my sister, who's a nurse, and she's a frontline worker. So it's really to remember that there's lots of people out there. So that's the big project at the moment, and obviously doing presentations, poetry performances on Teams, lots of interviews, and I'm also part of a cultural strategy bid, so I'm on the board of that. So I'm quite busy with lots of different projects. So yes.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. I could literally sit and speak to you all day. Like you're so fascinating, and I'm glad to hear you have so many projects going on. And I'm sure every young person who's listening to this will have got something from this, whether they're dyspraxia, dyslexia, whether they have a learning need, or maybe they just needed that little bit of motivation just to give them that push in the right direction. You've definitely covered that. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for giving us the information that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Another great session. And thanks to everybody who was writing in with questions for Sam Rapp on the web chat. She's going to be on for a few more minutes. So if you've got any more questions, get them in, because there's been lots of good stuff being asked. Now, just before that, I mentioned the WorldSkills UK Diversity and Inclusion Heroes Award. I'm mentioning it again because it's really important. If you know anybody that you think sounds to you like a diversity and inclusion hero, any employers, any apprentices, you can get them involved, right? So go on the WorldSkills UK website to find out more. It's the Diversity and Inclusion Heroes Award in partnership with Coca-Cola. The deadline is the 11th of December 2020. So enter today, go onto the website, find out everything you need to know. So, have you been enjoying today so far? We've only got 2 more sessions coming up for you guys, but I just want to take this opportunity to quickly thank our sponsors. Now, all of this has been put on to help you guys make your career choices, but we couldn't do it without our sponsors. So, big up to BAE Systems, North Warwickshire and South Leicestershire College, the Army, thanks to you guys, the Careers and Enterprise Company, the Royal Navy, Leonardo's, Movement to Work, the Royal Air Force, and Learn Live. And don't forget, Learn Live is where you can see all of these talks again, video on demand style. Okay, our penultimate session from this inaugural WorldSkills UK live online event. We've got a panel discussion for you. And with our panel, we have brought together experts that include Youth Employment UK CEO Laura Jane Rawlings. We've got the BAME Apprentice of the Year. We've got Kimi Kamani. We've got the WorldSkills UK Head of Corporate Partnerships, Gavin Miller. And our panel will also be answering questions submitted by young people on the employability issues that really matter to you. So you definitely want to check this out. Okay, guys, here it is. Take it away.
Hi, my name's Nikita. I'm a skills champion and alumni member for WorldSkills UK, and I also work alongside our international teams as a coach. Today we have Kimi Kamani with us. Kimi has a massive YouTube following of over 156,000 subscribers, and not to mention her career route through an apprenticeship-based learning. Who better to tell you than the woman herself? So hi Kimi, it is lovely to meet you at long last. Would you mind telling us a bit about yourself?
Hi, really lovely to meet you too. I'm Kimi. I'm a content creator, like you've just heard. And recently I just finished an apprenticeship and I was actually very honoured to be voted as Apprentice of the Year.
So a lot of young people have been coming with questions to do with apprenticeship-based learning, how to get into career paths. Would you mind telling us a wee bit about your career journey and how you got to where you are today?
My career journey is a bit of a long one already, even though I haven't been working for a very long time. But my original plan was to go straight into university, graduate in psychology and become a psychologist. But I've always been very creative and enjoyed the creative process of video editing and YouTube. So just before my 3rd year, I kind of dropped a little bombshell on my mum and told her I'm leaving university to go into acting school, which she was very, very shocked about, but very supportive. And then from there, I started creating content online. And not long after, me and my partner started creating content together online. And through the content that we were making, we had a chance to meet quite a lot of influential people who work within education. And that kind of made me realize how much I wanted to follow a path and do something in the education sector, because I love working with young people and then talking to them about their options, careers and stuff like that. So when a job opportunity came by to work at a college and be a student support coach, I was all over it. And once I got the job, that's actually when they told me I was going to do an apprenticeship for the job. And I had no idea what an apprenticeship was. I was just like, oh my gosh, does that mean you're going to give me half the salary that's stated on the application? Because I didn't know. I just had that old mentality thinking that apprenticeships are just like hands-on jobs, electrician, plumbers, and they pay you like £2 an hour. And I was not down for any of that. But luckily, my initial thoughts and perceptions of what apprenticeships were completely wrong. And then going through the whole process actually really inspired me to start advocating for apprenticeships and to start educating young people on what apprenticeships are. So that's my journey summarized very quickly.
I think it just shows you that the perception of apprenticeships are still the same. I think, as I was growing up, it was very much, if you were doing an apprenticeship, it was in a trade, it was always in, the likes of plumbing and electronics and that sort of thing. So a lot of young people, I think, still have that misperception. So tell me a wee bit about your apprenticeship. So when you started your apprenticeship, how did it go for you? What was it like?
I recently just finished my apprenticeship. I finished it this year in March, but it was an 18-month apprenticeship, but I think I finished it maybe just under that. But I did business and administration, and it was all very new for me. And a lot of people who know me in education. I'm good at it, but we don't go hand in hand. So them telling me I was going to do an apprenticeship, there's going to be exam, there's going to be learning. Oh, I was totally put off. But throughout the whole process, I was so supported, I had so much guidance. And then I realized the actual learning part is so connected to the job experience part that you're doing. It's practically just writing up about what you're doing on your day-to-day basis, what you're learning on the job. So it was actually all very easy and all very relative. So for me, I just found it as such a positive experience. I don't know about other people, but I think it's the whole, when you go into a new job, sometimes you feel like you're thrown into the deep end. You're expected to catch up on everything very quickly and understand everything quickly. Otherwise, a company is losing money while you're behind. Whereas an apprenticeship, because you're learning and they want to train you and really help you understand how this job works and everything that goes into it. They don't expect you to know everything. So you're kind of just led into the job very slowly, which I really enjoyed, because it allowed me to understand every single element of a job and not rush little things and catch every detail, because I'm a very detail orientated sort of person. And the learning, because it's in small classes and it's with other apprentices, you're not going in rooms of other students, it's just other apprentices who understand what you're going through. That was so catered to us and our roles and what we do, that whole process just became fun. So for me, it was a very positive experience.
I think exactly what you were saying there is 100% right. There's a lot of young people who still have those misperceptions of apprenticeships. And as you said, it has to be something that you enjoy, and it can lead into so many different opportunities. For the young people out there who, I suppose, are considering going into an apprenticeship or maybe don't know enough about an apprenticeship, what advice would you give them for starting an apprenticeship?
The best thing to do is, if they're still in school or college, it's to ask. I think every school or college has a careers and guidance officer, or someone who just who talks to students about careers. So the best thing to do is talk to your guidance counsellor about the different careers in apprenticeships and what apprenticeships are available. And now a lot of schools actually have apprenticeship teams who are there to talk to you specifically about apprenticeships. So I think the first step would be to just talk to them about apprenticeships. And you can also go on the government website. Is it apprentice.gov.uk? I think so. I think it's apprentice.gov.uk. You can just go on it and look at the apprenticeships available. And on the website, it actually gives you a bit more information about what apprenticeships are and what they offer.
Okay, so going back just before you started your apprenticeship, did you ever think about work placements? Or I suppose whenever you were thinking way back in the day into psychology, was there any sort of work placements that you went for? Or do you think work placements are ideal for young people who are looking to get into apprenticeships?
Work placements are great if you're still studying, and and you're hoping to stay more on the academic route, I feel. But for me, I wasn't really looking for a work placement because I was in that point in my career where I just really wanted more of a job and something stable. But I think when you're younger and you're still in education, work placements are great because they give you an experience, and it's almost like a little taster of whether that's the career you actually want to go into. And for me, if I looked for anything, I think it was more towards internships rather than work placements, like during the academic break. Like when we used to have long summer breaks at university, I was just looking for internships, but I was looking for internships outside of psychology just to get little tasters of different industries to make sure, is it really psychology I want to go into, or is it something else? So I think if you're still weighing out your options and you're still trying to figure out what you like and what you don't like, or if you really want to know whether that's the career you want to go into, I think work placements and internships are amazing because it's just a little taste of what it's going to be like when you go into that career.
I suppose even talking about internships, so a lot of young people are obviously, as you do, think about money and looking about getting paid. Are there many internships out there that you can get paid for or have some sort of income for? I suppose within your job role, can you tell me a wee bit about the job role that you're doing at the minute?
At the moment, I work as a student support coach at Milton Keynes College. And what this means is just getting students involved in what's happening in and around the college. So we plan events throughout the whole year around key dates. And one thing which I love, and I run this section of it, is Student Voice, which gives students a voice to shape their experiences at the college. So we have all the student council meetings where they give feedback around their courses, around what's going on in the college, what they like, what they don't like. And it's just giving them power to decide on how they want things to run in the college, because at the end of the day, that's who we're catering for.
Well, this is it. And I think that's such an important thing because there's a lot of, obviously, throughout the years, you see young people feel like, oh, I don't have much of a choice. I don't have, much of a voice when it does come to my learning and my career choice. And even so, I suppose, going back to careers advice, what was the sort of careers advice you had when you were in school? Were you encouraged for apprenticeship-based learning or BTECs, or were you very much pushed towards the likes of university?
For me, I was pushed more towards university. I think for me, growing up, even in high school and going to sixth form, you never really heard much about apprenticeships. I think apprenticeships are only presented as an option for students who weren't doing so well academically, but that's not what they are, because apprenticeships come in all levels. But for me, it was just never an option that was presented to me. So I was only shown university as the only route to be successful, and I was constantly pushed by teachers, my mum. They were all just pushing me to university because I think that's what they know. And I think that's where we need to bridge that gap of educating schools on what apprenticeships are, as well as parents and students, because that's where people aren't signing up for apprenticeships. People have all these misconceptions because no one's actually educating them on how much apprenticeships have changed.
Have you got any final tips for young people who are sort of out there at the minute, who maybe don't know what career path to go towards, who maybe don't know what they want to do, who maybe, are academic, but they don't want to go down the university route?
Biggest advice would be to take risks now, because you can't afford to take them when you're older. Right now, when you're financially dependent on parents, or maybe a little bit financially dependent on yourself, it's the best time to take risks and explore all the different options that are in front of you, so you can understand what you want, and so you can actually go into a career that you love rather than one that was picked out for you. As well as say yes to every opportunity, because every opportunity provides experience, and all those experiences help shape where you're going. Because for me, I've had so many different experiences that I didn't think mattered, but I kept saying yes, yes, yes. But they helped me get my job because I had that experience working with young people. I had the creator, just YouTube experience, knowing how to connect with people online helped me get my job. So every little experience counts. So get as much experience as you can and aim to develop yourself. So even when you're just sitting around at home, there's courses online that you can do, just little courses just to up your skills, because at the end of the day, employers are looking for just one tiny thing that separates you from someone else.
That is such amazing advice. I'm so glad that you're on with us today. But unfortunately, that is all that we have time for today. But thank you so much, Kimmy, for joining me. You've been such a delight to talk to and really insightful. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of young people out there who are just going to be over the moon to listen to you speak and to understand the world of apprenticeships and obviously your YouTube career too. But thank you very much for joining me. Today we have LJ with us. from Youth Employment UK. Now, Youth Employment UK are experts when it comes to the complex landscape that face young people today. So really interested to hear what you've got to say. LJ, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a wee idea of who you are and what you do.
My name is Laura Jane Rawlings. I'm the CEO of Youth Employment UK. We are an organisation that's a not-for-profit that was set up in 2011 to help tackle youth unemployment. So we've been working really hard this year as the numbers of young people not in education, employment or training have started to rise because of COVID.
What advice would you give them to really kickstart their careers or, to really start their journey with their career?
Oh gosh, it's such a big question because there's so many different things. It depends what career you want to do. It all depends on your own individual's journey, where you are now and where you're going. I think for us, we talk a lot to young people about, developing themselves professionally, thinking about the skills that employers are looking for, the soft skills, communication, teamwork, problem solving. Think about their wider aspirations and think about how they might get from A to B, and getting from A to B might involve, going on a different path. You might end up coming, at it from lots of different angles because life changes all the time, and there's lots of different opportunities that can present themselves. So not being too fixed, but making sure that you're making the best of yourself and the opportunities that come along. And I think that's what we talk a lot to young people about, is just taking ownership of that journey.
But I suppose nowadays we have a lot more interest in like apprenticeships and internships. And a question that sort of creeps up quite a lot is, I suppose, the importance of having internships regarding getting into a placement. Is it the end of the world? Is it a hard thing if a young person doesn't get into an internship before starting their career journey, or is there ways around it?
I'm a bit cautious about the word internship because actually what employers are looking for is work experience or experience. And so that can take many forms. And an internship is just one form. They seem to come and go in popularity. But actually the important piece here is experience. An experience that you can evidence then on your CV or job applications, that you've had some sort of experience that is relevant, or you can demonstrate how it's taught you the skills that employer is looking for, or experience that builds your network. All of those types of things are the opportunities we should be looking for. Now, you can find that type of experience in volunteering. Skills champions who volunteer their time are doing incredible things that are building up their skills, their networks, through that experience that they have with WorldSkills. We have a volunteer program that very much does the same. So there are lots of different ways, and I wouldn't be hooked on the internship piece because I think employers favour them less now anyway. I think it is just about seeing that a candidate who's applying for a job has had a broader experience, has got, has had an opportunity to really develop skills, and that's what they're looking for.
I suppose even talking about a career path, what sort of skills are sort of high in demand in the job market at present? So what sort of career paths are out there that are really in high demand?
I mean, it is ever changing. We've seen this year that COVID has had a massive impact on some of the sectors that were really prominent last year that are less prominent this year because of COVID. But that it's also brought out some really incredible sectors that have just shown how resilient they are to changes in the economy. So the healthcare professionals, my goodness, they have become the heroes of this pandemic, right? And we need more healthcare professionals in lots of different roles. But we've also seen a food industry, the food manufacturing, because of course we're all cooking at home more than we've ever done, and we're learning new things and new recipes. So food manufacturers have been so busy. You can remember a time when we couldn't get flour because we were all baking. So that manufacturing process, they're really developing the way they transport goods, the way that they make sure that they're sustainable and their operations are sustainable. So the engineering and manufacturing plays into that. So actually there is a lot of growth. There's a lot of new careers out there. But also I think something that's really interesting is the type of entrepreneurship that we've seen over the last 9 months. New businesses or businesses rethinking the way that they change and how they serve customers. So I think it's just about, there are lots of opportunities, lots of sectors are going to grow more so than perhaps were predicted earlier. So learning to be flexible and adaptable, learning to be able to read the labour market, so you can go, actually, you might have wanted a career in marketing, in leisure and tourism, but actually maybe a career in marketing in the food manufacturing industry might be something how you have to adapt, because there's a growing sector versus a sector that struggled.
Thank you so much, LJ. That information is so invaluable to young people, and I'm sure there's a lot of young people out there who'll really appreciate this sort of feedback and guidance. That's all really that's left for me to say, but thank you so much for taking the time to basically answer all our questions.
Just a little final thought from me. It is tough. It's going to be tough out there for young people, but just be reassured there's loads of organisations like ours working really hard to help young people at this time. So do reach out and get in touch with Youth Employment UK if there's more that we can help with. Thank you so much, Nikita. It's great to talk to you today.
Thanks so much, and hopefully I'll get to see you next year. Now, today we have a member of our WorldSkills team with us, Gavin Miller. Nice to have you with us today. Could you tell us a wee bit about yourself?
Hi, so I'm Gavin Miller. I'm the Head of Corporate Partnerships at WorldSkills UK. And that means I work with all of our exciting partners to inspire, get the message out to lots of young people, and so that we can develop young people to the skills needed for industry.
I suppose just to get kick-started, what advice would you give to young people who are starting out their careers today?
But I think, as you've seen from this event here, that there's so much opportunity out there. We've heard from partners like BAE Systems and Leonardo's, and particularly as we're coming out of this recession and this pandemic, that actually skills of the future are going to be really needed as we progress forward. For me, there were three key things to make sure you do, and they are to make sure you're informed, make sure you're open-minded, and make sure you develop your skills. And so when it comes to being informed, do more of what you're doing now, attend events like this, and make sure you speak to as many people and get advice from as many sources as possible, and actually reach out to organisations to understand what is the demand and future needs. So if there's any partners that you've seen that you like in this session, then do reach out to them. But I think particularly when it comes to being open-minded, there's so many different routes, so many ways to progress forward. We've got technical education, we've got apprenticeships, and we've got higher education, and just choose what's right for you right now.
Amazing. Now, I know this question tends to throw some people off, but we hear a lot about internships, we hear a lot about work placements, and I suppose there's a lot of young people that think, oh, well, if I don't get an internship, should I worry about this? Is this going to impact my career? Do you have any advice around that?
Well, I don't know and this is my personal experience, I don't know from any of our partners that wouldn't recruit individuals because they haven't done an internship. And I know that a lot of my peers didn't do internships. The most important thing is to make sure that you have the skills and can demonstrate that you've got the transferable skills, and can show that you can problem solve, that you can work in a team, and you can communicate. And there's many ways of demonstrating that by not having done an internship.
Amazing. But that's such good reassuring advice, because there is that consensus of, if I don't have the experience, I'm not going to get a job. And that puts a lot of strain and worry onto young people nowadays, that, they're not going to get into the career they want because they don't have that experience. But no, really great advice there. Thanks so much. So I suppose just to finish up, have you got any tips for young people? So in the sense of interviews and sort of getting ready for the career world?
Things I said before, just make sure you're as informed as possible, and know that if you've done everything to develop yourself, and be ambitious with that. So don't be scared to shout about what achievements you've had and what skills you do own, and be really clear about how these skills can transfer into your career. And finally, I think is just to bear in mind that this is a journey, and you've got to start the journey somewhere. And nobody in any position, if you were to speak to them, saying, I set out to do this role, but obviously they've begun that journey, and along the way they've secured the roles that they have, like what I'm doing now. So just be bold about that, and be excited to get on that journey.
Oh, that is amazing advice. And I'm sure there's a lot of young people out there who will just be delighted to have this from you today. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. So for anybody out there to find out a little bit more information on what is coming up, please head to the WorldSkills UK website. Thanks very much for joining.
Thank you so much. That was so insightful and so well moderated and presented as well. I'm going to be out of a job. This is awful. Okay, guys, we've got one final session for you today. One final session from this, the inaugural WorldSkills UK Live online Spotlight Talks with BAE Systems. We've had such a huge variety of businesses, employers, apprentices and role models coming on to share their stories, their inspiration with you guys. I really, really hope that you've got loads out of it. So our final session is a rerun of a session that we had on Thursday. It was so good, we thought we'd show it twice. This is NWSLC with their fantastic talk. Here they are.
Hello and welcome to WorldSkills Spotlight Talks. I am Alex and I am here to tell you about NWSLC and the engineering opportunities that are available to you. North Warwickshire and South Leicestershire College, also known as NWSLC, supports around 12,000 students in full-time and part-time study, apprenticeships, higher education, professional courses and distance learning. We have 6 campuses based in Nuneaton, South Wigston, Hinckley, Harrowbrook, Myra Technology Institute and our Digital Skills Academy. We offer a range of engineering courses and apprenticeships and work with some big brands including Toyota and Young Heinrich. Every year, over 90% of our students leave us to progress onto higher education or into employment. The college has links to some interesting engineering businesses, such as MP Engineering, which produces parts for Red Bull F1 cars. Our engineering courses cover the basics of engineering principles, all the way through specialist subjects including automotive engineering and computer-aided design. Studying an engineering course with us means that you will get the knowledge, skills and support you need to progress in your studies. You will also have the confidence to move on to higher education, apprenticeships and a successful career. Our engineering apprenticeships will develop the skills and knowledge you need to become an effective employee within the engineering sector. As an apprentice, you will learn industry-specific skills within the workplace. This is delivered through specialist training and assessments by your employer and assessor. Within engineering, there are a range of jobs available, including aerospace and robotics, electronics and technology, and civil engineering. Whether you want to be office-based, in the workshop, or on site, this is an exciting industry with impressive earning potential. We have a dedicated apprenticeship team who can help you find the right apprenticeship for you. In today's Spotlight Talk, you will learn all about engineering at NWSLC, gain an insight into an engineering apprenticeship and get to see our MTI campus. But first, we're going to learn about studying full-time engineering courses at NWSLC.
I'd like to think that it'd get students to go for an apprenticeship and full-time work, and then progression from there, going into companies, working up the ladder. Students don't feel pressured into being academic. They can actually work and progress at their own pace. Because industries out there over the last 30, 40 years have changed, particularly in engineering, we've got to change. And to do that, students have also got to be seen to be changing. As I say, because they're not all academic. A lot of skills out there, whilst I've been in teaching, is visually responsive to how they learn. The students we have in engineering, hopefully, can actually have a big impact in the future. We give them a structured sessions within the college, particularly within engineering, We've certainly changed of how we'd like to do things more on a practical basis rather than a theoretical one.
I chose BTEC engineering at NWSLC because not many colleges offers engineering, so it gives me the course that I wanted with like the location, like where I live close by. The college supported me on my course by providing me with textbooks, specific teachings, and when I struggle, I ask the lecturer, he provides me with the information that I need to help me along with my assignments. Doing work experience with Longfish Architect in Nottingham, it helped me like develop further ideas in the type of like architecture industry there are, and helped me understood like the way that things actually work. So it helped me in terms of deciding whether I want to go into architecture or whether I want to study further product design. My next step after college is to go into university to study further product design and get more experience in the engineering industries, like the type of engineering that I want to do and where I want to go with it. I started my story at NWSLC.
Now you have heard more about our full-time courses in engineering, we are going to look at how it is like to study an engineering apprenticeship within welding and fabrication at JBMPS Limited.
My name is Julian Malin. I'm the Company Director of JBMPS Limited.
My name is James Malin. I'm the General Manager of JBMPS Limited. So the company was founded in 1996 by my father, Julian Malin. He started off in one man in his van, and over the last 25 years he's grown the business from strength to strength, starting off with road service machinery, going out to site service, to then having our fabrication centre, our engineering centre, and now we have our R&D section as well, and that's how we've grown the business to where we are today.
The main skills we require in our business is the welding and fabrication, so the skills of doing all types of welding from aluminium, stainless steel, mild steel, and all types of welding. So we do TIG welding, MIG welding, arc welding and gas welding.
Like every other business, new blood into the business is just key to keep us going. We really wanted to apprentice someone who would come in full of beans, full of energy, wanted to come and learn what to do, just like any other business. Getting new people in is key to the success, and we strongly believe in apprenticeship programs.
My name is Suzanne Greatwood. I'm from Burbage, Hinckley in Leicestershire. I started doing engineering as an apprenticeship because how my dad got around doing the job. He'd come home sometimes, explain how the day's gone, and every day it seems to be a different kind of work. It's just something that a lad normally thinks it's a boy job, and as I thought it was interesting, I thought just go for it and show people that it's not just a man's job and females can do it as well. As soon as I walked in the doors, I just felt welcome.
Suzanne's been an absolute godsend, to be honest with you. She's been a very fast learner. She's been able to pick up a lot of things which have taken a lot of people normally months, if not years, to learn. We've given her a few projects to sort of test her metal quite literally, as you've seen some of her products actually around the factory floor. And yeah, she's been really helpful for all of us.
The benefits of doing an apprenticeship for engineering as well is because you earn money whilst you do something you love. Designing and making your own experiment, and as the people around you are doing theirs, they'll come over and like look at it and be like, oh, I've not done that before, and like, oh, are you having fun whilst always doing it? And because it's something new and no one's done it, I feel really privileged to be the first person to. I'm doing my college assessments on Mondays, so it's only one day a week. From Tuesday to Friday, I work in the workplace, and how I get around doing the work is if we get it all done in college, it's all done then, but as soon as I get home and if I know I've got work to do, I'll do it that night, so then I can focus on the job part of it the rest of the week. I'd say to anyone considering an apprenticeship, no matter what environment it is, if you're female or male, if it's what you enjoy doing, then just go for it, no matter what anyone says, because at the end of the day, it's going to be your career.
One thing thing that makes our college stand out is our MTI campus, which delivers some of NWSLC's automotive engineering offer. This campus provides a bespoke curriculum aimed at satisfying an ever-increasing need for specialist skills in the UK automotive engineering sector. The MTI campus has a particular focus on emerging technologies such as electrification and driverless cars, cultivating these skills necessary to operate at the cutting edge of technology. Here is a quick video to show you around the campus.
I started my story at NWSLC.
We are now going to be joined by Paul Dancer. Paul is the Learning Skills Manager for Engineering Apprenticeships at NWSLC and is joining us today for a quick Q&A. Can you give us an overview about the engineering provision at NWSLC?
So engineering is accessible over our 3 campuses through North Warwickshire and South Leicestershire College. So the campuses are situated in South Leicester, which is Wigston. We have Nuneaton, and we also have the MTI facility, which is based just off the A5 in Nuneaton at the Myra Technology Institute. So we run apprenticeships from all campuses. At the MTI, it's more automotive engineering we try to push. We also do the maintenance and repair side of things on vehicles and technical support. Lastly, we do product development and design as well, which is about research and development. We do have full-time programs and part-time programs covering levels 1 all the way through to level 3. We do electrical installation, we do general engineering, which gives you an overview of each area. So in each of them areas, you're going to be covering things like mechanical manufacturing, welding, fabrication, and maintenance, and that sort of thing.
What is the one thing that makes NWSLC stand out for students who are looking to study an engineering course?
First of all, our staff, our engineering staff, they're all experts in their own field. They're all well educated, they're fantastic, they're approachable, they're knowledgeable, and they do like to share their knowledge with students, both apprenticeships and full-time students. Our equipment also allows us to stand aside from other people as well. So at the MTI, all our resources are new. So our milling machines and lathes are hybrid technology, all brand spanking new. We've also got science equipment up there that we're trying to push and create a little bit more of as well. So engineering, this is how big it is. Engineering generated 23% of the UK's turnover in 2018. There's 5.7 million people employed within engineering, and 19% of the UK employees are in an engineering setting. So the sector is massive. It's still a growing sector as well. So we're still expecting around about 120,000 engineers to join us and technicians to join us with core engineering skills per year. So that is a massive key as to why we need people in engineering. The job roles within engineering are vast. But what we can see as well, with regards to the education side of things, that of them females that do go in and progress exceptionally well through to degree, so the first or upper second, there's 80% of females actually achieve, in comparison with 75% males. So we need to get more females into the sector without a doubt.
What kind of projects do students in engineering work on?
Some of the projects that they'll be working on within company are just vast. It could be a little in-house project where they're making and creating something. It could be something that where they're designing something within company. You know, anything. Students could be on any kind of project on an industry placement. And there is a unit as well that we do cover as a full-time student, which is project. The main area of learning on that is understanding how to run a project. But whilst you're going through that process in college, you are able to make, create, design something.
What routes can you specialise in within engineering?
There is welding and fabrication, there's electronics, there's the electrical installation, there's maintenance. The new big thing is big data. So this is Industry 4 that we're going into now. So starting in engineering, just with them core units, you will be able to start and head towards specialising in things like that.
What are the main difference between an engineering apprenticeship and a full-time course?
So there are differences between engineering apprenticeships and full-time courses. The qualifications are virtually the same. You're still going to go through the same amount of units. You'll probably find that your apprenticeship will be over a longer duration. So you'll still get the same level of qualification. You'll still get the same detail of qualification. You will get a certificated qualification as well. You're still able to progress into university after you finish your qualifications. Again, with an apprenticeship, it may take you probably a year or 2 years longer. But the good thing about the taking 2 years longer is, and the main difference is, with an apprenticeship, you have an employer, you have a contract of employment, you get the same rights and responsibilities as you do as an employee in a place of work, and fantastic, you get salary as well, so you do start earning.
What careers can students go into after studying engineering at NWSLC?
So after studying in engineering and aiming for an advanced qualification there, so that's at level 3. So you can access, without any shadow of a doubt, a technician role within a company, a design role, so using computer-aided design within a company. It could be that you've gone through an electrical installation route. So having a level 3 advanced qualification gets you through the door within an electrical installation employer.
What advice would you give to students who are looking to study engineering?
There are loads and loads and loads of different engineering aspects that you could go. Like I say, there's in excess of 30 and 40 different career paths within engineering. So my advice would be that if you've got a hobby or an interest, because you're going to be working for an awful long time, this would steer my career choice. So if you've got a hobby of making things, creating things, designing things, football, rugby, netball, any hobby that you have, put that in YouTube and put the word engineering next to it as well, and see what the hits come from that bit of research. Because without any shadow of a doubt, what you'll see and what you'll start to see on these videos is different ways in which engineering is used in everyday hobbies and interests. And start doing a bit of investigation around them to see if there's an employer close to you that looks like a good career path. Because what we can do then is map that back to job roles, we can map that back to qualifications and apprenticeships, and that'll get you started with your career.
Thank you for joining us today. We hope you have enjoyed learning about engineering at NWSLC. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us using the live chat feature or visit our website at www.nwslc.ac.uk.
There we go. Thank you so much to NWSLC. Another great talk, a great session to close out the inaugural WorldSkills UK live online spotlight talks from BAE Systems. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, I do need to mention, actually, if you missed any of that last talk, then make sure you go onto the NWSLC website, which is nwslc.ac.uk, and you can have that talk again, and you can get loads more information about everything that those guys offer. Right, that is it from us. It's been 3 days of fantastic talks. We are so proud to have brought you all the information and hopefully the inspiration that we've gathered over the last few days. Keep going on the socials. There's the hashtag WSUK Live Online. Let us know what you enjoyed. Give a shout out to the role models and the apprentices who really impressed you over these last few days. Thank you so much to everybody who's made this event possible. Everybody working behind the scenes with Mode 13, who's put all of this amazing production together. Thank you so much to our sponsors as well. We have had, making this all happen, BAE Systems, look, there they all are on stage. BAE Systems, North Warwickshire and South Leicestershire College, we just saw at the end, the Army, the Careers Enterprise Company, the Royal Navy, Leonardo's, Movement to Work, the Royal Air Force, and Learn Live. And remember, Learn Live, on their website, you can watch all of this again. So look, a lot of these talks were very dense with information, but it's all really useful stuff. So if anything piques your interest, go back on the website and watch it again. You can skip to the right bits and take notes and just make sure that it is all sinking in. But most importantly, guys, thank you so much for being you and being part of this amazing event and experience. And that is what it's all about, giving you guys the tools that you need to really make a difference and find the career path that is right for you. Loads more resources on the worldskillsuk.org website as well, so make sure you keep checking that out, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you guys again very, very soon. Thanks for taking part. Take care. Bye-bye.